Beneath the rolling waves and endless horizons lie secrets the ocean fiercely guards. Ancient vessels resting in silence, their stories twisted by time and mystery. Some wrecks whisper of vanished crews. Others speak of unexplained disappearances and ghostly apparitions haunting their wreckage. In the dim depths, these forgotten ships hold puzzles that have confounded explorers and historians alike, stirring curiosity and a quiet sense of wonder in those who listen closely. If this brings you peace, let it be your safe harbor. Subscribe and drift back whenever you want. Part 1. The angler ship lost in the Atlantic. Far from the bustling shores of the Atlantic, deep in the shadowy expanse known as the Sargasso Sea, lies a shipwreck that has baffled oceanographers and explorers for centuries. A ship once known as the Angler. The Angler was a small fishing schooner, part of a thriving fishing fleet in the 1800s. Its sturdy wooden frame and slate blue sails carrying fishermen and their gear as it followed schools of fish through these still weed-choked waters. Yet in 1873, the Angler was found adrift with no one aboard, no signs of struggle, no distress signals, only the creak of timbers swaying gently as the sea claimed the vessel. The intrigue of this deserted schooner began when the British steamship Lotus encountered it during a fog-shrouded morning. The crew of the Lotus was surprised to find the Angler drifted close to their route, sails hanging slack, and not a soul in sight. A boarding party was dispatched, their boots clicking softly against the creaking deck, but they found only what seemed like a snapshot frozen in time. The ship's wheel in place, fishing lines tangled and cast, supplies left untouched in the cabins below. The logbook remained open on the captain's desk. The last entry spoke of calm seas and promising weather. Most unsettling was the galley, where a pot still simmered over a small flame, as if abandoned mid-cook. The smell of salt, fish, and forgotten meals hung in the air, a silent echo of human presence now vanished. The only other indication of life were the faint marks in the dust on the deck, as if hurried footsteps had once passed through but disappeared without a trace. Mariners speculated endlessly. Did a sudden storm or mysterious sea creature force the crew to abandon state? Did mutiny or other dark human conflicts play a role? Or had the Angler met some spectral judgment at the hands of the sea itself? Despite intense searches around the area, no bodies or signs of the crew were ever recovered. Further mystique arose from the ship's name, itself a cryptic symbol, the anglerfish, a deep-sea creature known for luring prey with an eerie glowing appendage, often associated with darkness and traps. Was the Angler doomed as a namesake, drawn into a nautical puzzle too complex to unfold? Over the years, oceanographers deploying sonar and submersible vessels have returned to the wreck's resting place, but hull decay and deep seagrass beds guard it fiercely. The Angler remains more than a wreck. It is a monument to unanswered questions, the kind that make night fall on even the bravest watchkeepers. The legend teaches us that sometimes, the most profound mysteries aren't how someone is lost, but how the silence afterward can speak volumes. Whispers carried on the tides, forever stirring the surface but hiding what lies beneath. And so, the ghost of the Angler lingers on, inviting those who drift too close to ponder the moment when an ordinary day on the sea turned into an eternal enigma. Part 2. The Phantom Silence of the Orang Medan. In the murky waters of the Strait of Malacca, a region steeped in maritime legend and shadowed by countless shipwrecks, lies a story cloaked in chilling mystery, the tale of the Orang Medan. Unlike most incidents grounded in solid factual records, the fate of this Dutch schooner has woven itself tightly into the fabric of ghost stories told in hushed tones throughout Southeast Asia. It was in 1947 when a distress signal cut through the static of maritime communication, a message so fragmented and eerie it would haunt radio operators for decades. The transmissions were brief, filled with desperate fragmented phrases, all officers dead, lying in chart room and bridge, possibly whole crew dead. Shortly after, came a final incomprehensible scream, and then an ominous silence that immediately set alarms ringing across the shipping lanes. Responding to the eerie call, a nearby United States Navy ship, the Silver Star, altered its course and raced toward the Orang Medan's last reported coordinates. What awaited the responders was a scene out of a macabre dream, a silent tableau of frozen horror. As they boarded the schooner, the crew found an unbroken calm resting on the surface, the eerie calm typical of a sea that holds its breath. Every member of the Orang Medan's crew lay dead, their faces twisted in expressions of pure terror. No visible wounds, no signs of struggle, no external injuries to explain the sudden and mass demise. The captain was found on the bridge, slumped over the wheel, his eyes wide open and mouth fixed in a silent scream. Nearby officers were collapsed near the chart room, their last moments seemingly etched onto their features like a ghastly photograph. The dog, a faithful shipmate, was found dead on the deck, its body unnaturally rigid. The ship itself held no visible damage, and the air inside was reportedly thick with an unidentifiable bitter metallic smell that seemed to deepen the sense of unease. The Silver Star's crew, as they worked to investigate and tow the schooner to shore, reported strange occurrences, ghostly figures glimpsed in the shadows, unexplained drops in temperature, and an oppressive silence that blanketed the decks like a shroud. Soon after, as the tugboat was towing the Al-Rang Medan, a sudden explosion was reported. The schooner burst into flames and quickly sank into the depths, taking with it any chance of a full forensic investigation. Distrust and conspiracy theories arose in equal measure. Was the crew poisoned by some noxious gas held in secret cargo? Had an experimental weapon or chemical spill caused instant and fatal effects? Some whispered darker, supernatural explanations. The stretch of water where the tragedy unfolded is notorious for legends of curses placed upon ships that dared to trespass into forbidden marine territories. Others sensed the presence of vengeful spirits, angered by unspoken transgressions at sea. The truth remains locked beneath the waves, the silent ocean keeping its secrets carefully guarded. The story of the Al-Rang Medan has lived on, growing more mysterious with every retelling, sometimes fact, sometimes fiction, but always invoking that same disquieting question: what force could snuff out an entire ship's company without a single sound or struggle? As the night deepens over the restless seas, the ghostly silence of the Al-Rang Medan lingers like a warning whispered on wind-blown waters, leaving those who hear it to wonder about the unseen perils that still roam beneath the waves. Part 3. The haunting of the SS Beichimo. Far above the icy Arctic Circle, where the frigid northern winds carve through endless expanses of ice and snow, there drifted a spectral vessel that would come to embody one of the most baffling maritime mysteries ever documented. This was the SS Beichimo, a steel cargo ship built in 1914, originally serving the Hudson's Bay Company. For decades, the Beichimo braved the treacherous polar waters, shuttling furs and supplies between isolated outposts, a working ship carved from iron and will, navigating some of the planet's most inhospitable conditions. Yet, it was not the Beichimo's voyages or cargo that cemented its legend, but the strange fate that followed when it was abandoned and refused to die, a ghost ship that would haunt the Arctic seas for nearly 40 years. The story begins in October of 1931, a year steeped in hardship in the Canadian North. After delivering a shipment to the village of Barrow in Alaska, the Beichimo was caught in an early ruthless ice freeze near the Alaskan coast. The advancing ice held the ship fast in its frigid grasp, immobilizing it beyond the reach of its engines and sails. The crew, numbering around 22 men, faced a bleak choice. With the ice thickening and provisions limited, the captain ordered an evacuation, leaving the ship to the mercy of the ice, their safety paramount. What set the Beichimo apart from countless other ice-trapped vessels was what happened after the crew's evacuation. For months, the ship was left frozen in sheets of ice, expected to be crushed or sunk beneath the Arctic waves. But then, inexplicably, she broke loose from the ice's grip and vanished into the fog of northern seas. This was the birth of a ghost ship legend. For nearly 4 decades, the Beichimo was sighted repeatedly by hunters, explorers, trappers, and shipping crews, all reporting a skeletal silhouette gliding through the mists, sometimes perceptible only as a faint outline or a shadow against the horizon. She appeared abandoned but remarkably intact, like a phantom echo of industry lost to the ice. She drifted on, untethered and unclaimed. Sightings spread from the icy straits near Point Barrow to the remote islands scattered across the Beaufort Sea. Some reported seeing the Beichimo caught in a web of broken icebergs, her rusted frame creaking as the Arctic winds howled over her decks. Others described her with sails hoisted, tattered but defiantly raised as if she was still chasing the horizon, still clinging to the life she once knew. The mystery deepened in 1969, when a trio of hunters aboard a small schooner finally found the Beichimo trapped amid the ice floes near the coast of Alaska once again. Approaching cautiously, they boarded the vessel, curious about the ghostly figure that had eluded them for years. Inside, the ship seemed paradoxically preserved and abandoned, cabins worn by wind and frost, equipment coated in rust but untouched by human hands for decades. The only inhabitants were birds nesting in the rigging and seals swimming silently beneath the hull. Efforts to salvage the Beishimo that year proved futile. The ice was relentless, the vessel slipping from grasp once more and disappearing into the swirling Arctic mists. After that final encounter, no successful recovery was ever made, and the SS Beishimo faded into maritime legend, declared lost but never truly gone. What caused the Beishimo's uncanny survival and repeated returns to the surface? Some speculate mechanical anomalies, perhaps a build of ghostly momentum or trapped air pockets keeping her buoyant far longer than any iron body should last in those waters. Others attribute it to the stirring of ancient spirits, guardians of the unforgiving north, refusing to surrender their charges to the deep. Moreover, the Beishimo's drifting throughout nearly 40 years challenges all known truths about wrecks frozen in polar seas. It defies the expected fate of such vessels, normally crushed by ice, sunk by storms, or claimed by the ocean floor. Instead, the Beishimo seemed to glide like a restless soul unwilling to sink, a perpetual guardian of secrets beneath the aurora's dancing light. The ship's eerie reputation added layers to local Inuit folklore, blending with tales of powerful spirits and unpredictable forces hidden beneath the ice. For seafarers, hunters, and explorers who traversed these remote, harsh regions, the Beishimo became more than a ship. It embodied the unforgiving spirit of the Arctic itself, a reminder that some mysteries swim just below the frozen horizon, as elusive as the shimmering northern lights. The haunting saga of the SS Beishimo is a tale that stirs a quiet fascination, the image of a lone steel ghost adrift on endless ice and sea, untouched by time, fearlessly drifting in a realm where man is merely a visitor. To gaze upon her silhouette through the mist was to glimpse the boundary between the known world and the unfathomable, between life and its whispering afterlife on the ocean's silent stage. Her legend whispers in the cold northern winds to this day, carried wherever the ice flows and the chill bites deep, a haunting reminder that sometimes the ocean, coupled with the endless Arctic ice, refuses to let go. Part 4. The Silent Voyage of the Mary Celeste. Amid the vast expanse of the Atlantic Ocean, where the waves stretch endlessly beneath a rolling sky, drifts a maritime enigma that has captivated imaginations and haunted seafarers for more than a century: the story of the Mary Celeste. This American brigantine, a sturdy merchant ship built in 1861, set sail on what should have been a routine voyage, only to become a chilling testament to the sea's unfathomable mysteries. On November 7, 1872, the Mary Celeste departed from New York Harbor, bound for Genoa, Italy, with a cargo of denatured alcohol packed in barrels. Commanded by Captain Benjamin Briggs, a seasoned and respected seaman, the vessel carried his wife and young daughter aboard, along with a crew of 7 experienced sailors. The departure was marked by clear, hopeful skies and a smooth breeze that promised a steady passage across the Atlantic's shifting moods. Days later, on December 5, the British merchant ship D.I. Grada, navigating near the Azores Islands, spotted the Mary Celeste adrift and without any sign of life. The ship's sails hung limp, the deck empty of movement, as if caught in a frozen moment between worlds. When the D.I. Grada's crew boarded, they uncovered a scene overwrought with eerie stillness and silent questions. The Mary Celeste appeared seaworthy, her hull intact, her cargo untouched, yet not a single soul could be found aboard. Captain Briggs, his family, and the crew had vanished without a trace. The ship's logbook told a steady tale until 10 days prior, when the last entry was made by the captain, mentioning calm seas and fair weather. Thereafter, no clues were left behind to signal what had gone wrong. The lifeboat was missing, but curiously, there was no sign of a struggle or emergency. The ship's provisions were nearly untouched, food and water supplies sufficient for weeks. Personal belongings lay scattered but not in haste or disorder. Even the ship's instruments, compass, chronometer, and sextant were found in place or carefully stowed. The only distressing detail was a broken pump chain, which some speculated could have hinted at flooding. Scholars, naval experts, and investigators proposed countless theories to explain the disappearance of the crew. Was it a sudden violent storm that forced the crew to evacuate? But the ship showed no damage consistent with such an event. Could a cargo leak have caused toxic fumes to drive the crew sick and delirious? That theory found footing in the presence of denatured alcohol, but no proof ever emerged. Pirates or mutiny were dismissed due to the lack of signs of violence or theft. Other suggestions veered toward the supernatural. Some believed a sea monster had claimed the crew, while others whispered of ghost ships and curses stirred by angry waters. The ambivalence, the ship's abandoned presence against such a backdrop of mystery, spawned legends that would echo into books, movies, and tales passed down through generations. One particularly haunting account came from the D.I. Gredier's captain, who recalled a strange feeling upon boarding the Mary Celeste, a heavy silence punctuated by an overpowering scent of alcohol. Shadows seemed to cling to the corners of the ship's cabins, and a chill lingered in the air, as though the ship carried with it the lingering spirits of lost souls. The Mary Celeste continued to drift aimlessly in maritime folklore, symbolizing abrupt disappearance and the overwhelming unknown beneath the ocean's surface. Several attempts to explain or retrace the ship's final moments only deepened the mystery, as the true fate of Captain Briggs and his crew remains lost to time, unanswered and unresolved. Even in the modern age of satellite tracking, sonar surveys and oceanic research, the empty hull of the Mary Celeste has never been found, and its crew never recovered. They vanished as completely as if swallowed by the sea itself, leaving behind a ghostly silhouette drifting endlessly in the collective consciousness of those who ponder the ocean's most confounding secrets. The story of the Mary Celeste serves as a somber reflection on the vulnerability of man against the vastness and caprice of the sea, a reminder that sometimes the ocean does not just take lives, but it also takes away their stories, leaving only a whispering silence that stretches as far as the horizon. And so the ghost ship sails on in memory, a silent vessel carrying the weight of unsolved questions across restless waters. Part 5. The vanishing crew of the Carroll A. Deering. Along the treacherous eastern coast of the United States, where the Atlantic Ocean meets the capricious winds of the Outer Banks, there lies a ghost story that has haunted maritime minds for nearly a century: the perplexing disappearance of the Carroll A. Deering. This five-masted schooner, a proud vessel built in 1919, and once a marvel of commercial sailing, became the center of one of the most confounding and eerie shipwreck mysteries of the 1920s. The tale begins with the Carroll A. Deering's final voyage in the early summer of 1921. Captained by Captain William Merritt, a seasoned mariner known for his steady hand and discreet demeanor, the schooner was chartered to transport a load of coal from Norfolk, Virginia, to the sugarcane plantations in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. The journey promised both profit and prestige, just another routine passage on well-trodden waters, or so it seemed. After leaving Norfolk on July 28th, the Carroll A. Deering was seen sailing steadily down the Atlantic coast, her sails catching the salty breeze as she headed south. Reports from passing ships confirmed her progress. The crew appeared healthy, and the ship in good order. Weather conditions along the route were fair as she navigated the volatile maze of shoals and reefs off the North Carolina coast. But then something inexplicable happened. On August 31st, nearly a month into the voyage and well within expected range, the Deering was spotted run aground and abandoned on the shifting sands of Cape Hatteras, a place notorious for its deadly shallows and erratic currents, known as the graveyard of the Atlantic. What made this sighting chilling was the absence of any living soul aboard. The ship was eerily silent, sails lowered, navigation instruments missing or vandalized, and no signs of recent struggle. Curiously, the vessel's log was nowhere to be found, and even the lifeboat was missing, providing haunting clues to a sudden and mysterious evacuation. The ship's wheel was smashed, hinting at a violent or hurried departure, or perhaps an act of frustration or panic. The cabins showed signs of disarray, with personal effects scattered as if thrown about, yet no blood or physical evidence of harm. Even stranger was the discovery of navigational charts left behind, some marked with puzzling and indecipherable annotations. Efforts to uncover the fate of the Carroll A. Deering's crew quickly spiraled into a labyrinth of theories and speculation. Investigators scoured coastal towns, reaching out to shipping companies, fishermen, and dockworkers, but none could shed definitive light on the circumstances. No survivors were ever found, no drowning victims or confirmed sightings of the missing men on shore. The mystery deepened as rumors swirled that the schooner might have been linked to smuggling or espionage during the turbulent post-World War I period. Adding to the enigma was the timing coinciding with the height of the Rum Row era, when Prohibition transformed the Atlantic seaboard into a clandestine battleground for clandestine alcohol smugglers. Some maritime historians suggest that the Deering may have been abandoned to escape law enforcement or to hide illicit activities, but no evidence ever fully confirmed these suspicions. Other theories lean toward the supernatural, a spectral abduction by the sea itself, or a cursed vessel doomed by ill fate. The haunting aura around the ship's name lent itself to myth-making. The Deering became a symbol of the ocean's unpredictable mercies and hidden terrors, where a thriving crew could vanish into thin air while their ship remained a silent sentinel upon the sands. In the decades that followed, the Carol A. Deering transformed from a mere shipwreck into a legend woven tightly into the folklore of North Carolina's coast. Maritime museums house artifacts attributed to the schooner, and local storytellers perpetuate the narrative of the ghostly crew vanished without a trace, fueling the imaginations of seafarers and landlubbers alike. Modern investigations using wreck analysis, historical archives, and oceanographic studies have attempted to offer some rational explanations, ranging from piracy, hurricanes, or even mutiny, but none satisfyingly resolve the puzzle. The ship's final resting place itself remains elusive due to shifting sands and coastal erosion, swallowing evidence as surely as it did the crew. The disappearance of the Carol A. Deering reminds us that even in an age of maps, compasses, and growing maritime knowledge, the ocean retains its capacity to mystify and unsettle, harboring secrets beyond human grasp. It whispers across fog-lined shores and restless tides, beckoning those who dare to ponder the moment when a sturdy schooner met an unfathomable fate, and a crew was claimed by silence, vanishing forever into the tangled currents of history and legend. Part 6. The vanishing of the MV Joyita, a ghost ship adrift in the South Pacific. In the vast sun-drenched expanses of the South Pacific Ocean, where azure waves roll endlessly beneath broad skies, a mystery as haunting as the deep sea itself unfolded in 1955. A tale woven into maritime folklore around the world. This is the story of the MV Joyita, a passenger and cargo vessel that vanished without trace and then returned as an eerie ghost ship, carrying silence on the ocean breeze and puzzles in its wake. Built in 1931 in New Zealand, the MV Joyita was a luxury vessel, part yacht, part freighter, crafted to serve the remote island communities scattered across the Pacific. She was notable for her sleek design and twin engines, intended to carry passengers and goods through coral-filled waters far from any bustling ports. Her routes covered hundreds of miles of ocean, linking scattered islands where life was slow and rhythms were set by tides and trade winds. In October 1955, the Joyita left the island of Samoa on a routine mission. On board were 25 souls, crew and passengers alike, all bound for the Tokelau Islands nearly 600 miles away. The ship was loaded with cargo as usual, supplies for the islanders, along with a fishing company's catch and a few vehicles. Among those aboard were women and children, a family hoping to visit relatives, plus a doctor and several local traders. Weeks passed with no word, and when the Joyita failed to appear within the expected time frame, concern grew. A search was launched, scouring the vast stretches of water where she might have drifted. Then, on November 10th, a week after her scheduled arrival, the ship was finally found, but in the most unsettling condition imaginable. The Joyita was adrift, floating about 600 miles off the coast of Fiji, a ghostly silhouette haunting the open sea. Approaching vessels found her eerily intact, but with no sign of life. The engines were dead and flooded, radio equipment smashed and useless, lifeboats missing or lowered, and no one aboard. The ship seemed abandoned, a vessel frozen in a moment of silent desperation. Boarding parties discovered that cargo was scattered across the decks, some stowed belligerently, some left neatly, while the galley held remnants of a meal abruptly interrupted. Personal belongings, a child's toy, a doctor's bag, laid about the cabins, but there was no evidence of panic or struggle. Oddly, the ship's logbook had vanished, and official records were incomplete or inconsistent. Medical supplies and food were plentiful, so hunger or illness seemed an unlikely culprit for the disappearance. The ship's steering gear was damaged, but not beyond repair. Bloodstains were nearly absent, and the few minor injuries observed were inconsistent with a violent event. The life rafts that remained were carefully secured but empty, raising the fear that the crew and passengers had abandoned ship in a hurry and either perished in the water or were lost to some unforeseen horror. Theories about what happened swirled endlessly. Some suspected piracy, but the Joyata's isolation in far-flung waters, combined with a lack of theft or ransom demands, rendered this improbable. Convincing evidence of mutiny or foul play never appeared. Others turned to mechanical failure, with engines flooded and radios broken. The vessel had become helpless in the vast ocean, but what caused the crew to depart into rough open water was never clear. Then there were whispers of supernatural forces at work, a curse cast by ancient island law, or a vengeful spirit angered by trespassers. Local traditions spoke of sea gods and the wrath of the ocean, a realm where human laws do not apply. Some recounted strange lights seen near the ship in the nights before her disappearance, ethereal glimmers dancing just beyond the horizon, as if the sea itself was warning or calling. In the months and years following, researchers have put forth many suggestions. Some hypothesized a sudden rogue wave, a towering wall of water that struck the ship, causing damage and chaos in moments, forcing an evacuation. Others proposed that carbon monoxide poisoning from a defective fuel system or faulty engine exhaust might have incapacitated the crew silently, leaving the ship to drift alone. Notably, the Joyata's uniqueness lies in its resilience amid disaster. The vessel was sturdy and seaworthy, built to brave these waters, yet succumbed to a fate both tragic and mysterious. The ship's eventual sinking remains undocumented, as she vanished again into the ocean's vastness, leaving behind only fragments of her story in salvage reports and whispered sailors' tales. The true fate of those aboard, the passenger mother clutching her child, the tradesmen with their goods, the quiet doctor, remains a haunting enigma, swallowed whole by the merciless and indifferent sea. The Joyata drifts forever as more than a shipwreck. It is a floating riddle, a testament to the unpredictability of the ocean's moods, and a reminder that even the most prepared vessels can be swallowed by mystery. For those who study the ocean's darkest secrets, the MV Joyata is a somber lesson in silence and loss. It lurks in the collective memory as a ghost ship bearing untold stories of sudden catastrophe, vanished lives, and the unfathomable depths of the South Pacific, where no human presence goes unnoticed for long. Yet endings are all too often left unwritten on the open water's vast canvas. And so the Joyata's shadow sails on, a spectral vessel adrift in the endless blue, a quiet guardian of forgotten whispers, inviting reflection on the ocean's vast unyielding embrace, and the fragile human hopes that drift with every tide. Part 7. The ghostly voyage of the SS Waratah. Off the southern shores of Africa, where the cold Benguela current meets the vast expanse of the Atlantic Ocean, there lies a story submerged not just by water and waves, but by time, silence, and relentless mystery. The tale of the SS Waratah. A grand passenger and cargo steamer, the Waratah was often called the Titanic of the South, due to her impressive size and tragic disappearance. Yet, unlike the Titanic, the Waratah's fate remains one of the great unsolved maritime enigmas of the early 20th century. Launched in 1908 and built in Belfast, the Waratah was designed for long-distance voyages between the United Kingdom, South Africa, and Australia, part of a fleet that carried hopeful emigrants, wealthy travelers, and essential goods over treacherous seas. Her appointments were luxurious, reported to rival those of the most opulent ocean liners of her day. She boasted a sleek silhouette, twin funnels, and cutting-edge engineering that marked her as a flagship of maritime ambition. The journey that cloaked the Waratah in enduring mystery began in July 1909. She departed from Durban, South Africa, bound for Cape Town, carrying approximately 211 souls aboard, passengers and crew alike. Among them were businessmen, families, gold prospectors, and those returning to Europe. The weather as she set course was fair, skies clear, and waves seemingly manageable for a ship built to brave far rougher oceans. However, as the Waratah steamed along the southern African coastline, the seas grew tumultuous, winds intensified, and a violent storm brewed unexpectedly in the notoriously perilous Agulhas Current region, a meeting place of warm and cold waters known for fierce and unpredictable weather that has swallowed many a vessel whole. Contact with the Waratah was quickly lost. No distress signals reaching shore, no last messages or cries for help. The giant ship vanished. The British and South African authorities launched an extensive search campaign, deploying ships and aircraft to scour thousands of square miles of ocean and coastline, yet no definitive trace of the vessel was found. No wreckage washed ashore, no survivors or bodies recovered, only scattered pieces of debris, presumed to belong to the Waratah, were ever identified, and even those were few and far between. The mystery surrounding the Waratah's disappearance has puzzled historians, nautical engineers, and explorers for more than a century. What could cause such a mighty ship, considered stable and well-built, to simply vanish without a trace? Examining the records from her few previous voyages, some noted mechanical issues and concerns about instability, but these were never officially confirmed as factors. Was it structural failure, a rogue wave that overwhelmed her decks, or was there something more sinister lurking in the dark waters of the Agorlas, a hidden reef, shifting sands, or a sudden whirlpool? Multiple eyewitness accounts dating from the period described sightings of a large ship battling massive seas, flinging up torrents of spray and struggling against relentless into the storm. Some survivors from nearby vessels recalled hearing distant, muffled cries and seeing flares fired into the darkening sky, but all proved inconclusive. Speculation was rampant. Some suggested a catastrophic design flaw caused the ship to capsize in the heavy swell. Others believed sabotage or mutiny might have played a shadowy role, while a few entertained darker notions of the ship being swallowed by the ocean's vengeful spirits or cursed by an ancient wrong. Folklore from South Africa's coastal communities spun additional layers of ghost story, a spectral ship doomed to wander the waves until justice for the lost souls could be met. The lack of a confirmed wreck or tangible evidence only fueled the Waratah's mythos. Over the following decades, divers and marine archaeologists mounted expeditions, employing the latest underwater technology to scour the underwater canyons and reefs off the South African coast. Although some debris fields consistent with shipwrecks have been found, nothing definitively identified as the Waratah has ever surfaced. The ship's exact resting place remains a secret locked beneath the shifting sands, hidden by currents and darkness. Beyond the technical investigations, the story of the Waratah endures as a poetic meditation on the sea's power to erase human endeavors. It is a reminder that even the largest and most confident constructs of man are at the mercy of nature's fickle temperament. The ship's disappearance unsettled maritime regulations and prompted improvements in oceanic safety protocols, yet its mystery lingers, a quiet haunting echo whispered into the wind by sailors braving the same treacherous waters today. The legacy of the SS Waratah is woven into the fabric of maritime lore as a symbol not only of loss, but of the unknowable depths of the ocean's embrace. It challenges our assumptions of control and fuels the eternal fascination with the sea's ability to archive secrets in silence, secrets that demand patience, respect, and humility from all who venture beyond land. And so, the Waratah sails eternally in memory, her grand silhouette forever etched against stormy horizons and the dark tapestry of night, a ghostly reminder of those countless ships swallowed by the ocean, carrying with them the souls and stories of vanished crews, drifting forever in limbo between here and the deep. Part 8. The Whispering Wreck of the SS Georgiana. In the shadowed waters of Charleston Harbor, where the tides have long borne the weight of history and the whispers of forgotten lives, rests the spectral tale of the SS Georgiana, a Confederate blockade runner whose story blends the harsh realities of war with an enduring shroud of mystery and legend. It is a story not merely of sinking and loss, but of haunting echoes that have rippled across centuries, inviting those who listen closely to the quiet voices beneath the tranquil surface. Built in 1863 in Belfast, Ireland, the Georgiana was a sleek, swift steamer designed expressly to break through the Union's naval blockades during the American Civil War. Her dark hull was coated with pitch, and her engines primed for speed, a vital lifeline to a South desperate for supplies. Laden with rifle powder, medicines, ammunition, and other critical goods, she slipped away from British ports, slicing through Atlantic waves with a captain and crew committed to slipping past the iron grip of the Federals. On March 19, 1863, beneath a sky mottled with churning clouds and sharp gusts, the Georgiana attempted her perilous entry into Charleston, weaving through the fortified shoals and the watchful eyes of Union blockaders. But fate was both cruel and swift. Near the formidable barrier of Fort Moultrie, she was spotted by the Union cruiser USS Wissahickon, whose guns roared to life, sending thunder crashing upon the waters. The Georgiana's captain pushed the engines hard, yet a well-aimed shell struck near the engine room, blasting steam and fire across the decks. In the chaos that followed, the Georgiana listed heavily, her timbers groaning as the sea claimed her. She settled not far from shore, her bow broken and her stern rising defiantly above the waves before succumbing beneath the murky depths. Over the years, diver expeditions have uncovered the remains of the wreck, twisted iron struts, scattered cannons, and the relics of cargo lost to the sea. Yet it's not only the physical remnants that have forged Georgiana's legend. Local fishermen and sailors speak in hushed tones about strange phenomena around the wreck's resting place. Some tell of eerie, distant sounds resembling muffled gunfire, and the soft clinking of chains echoing underwater at twilight, long after the last light has faded from the sky. Others recount ghostly lights dancing just above the waterline when fog rolls in, a faint glow like lanterns carried by unseen hands. A few harbor workers have claimed to glimpse shadowy figures moving beneath the surface, glimpses of sailors forever trapped between worlds, forever bound to a ship that once tried to slip through the jaws of war. The most enduring mystery concerns the whispered legends of those who went down with the Georgiana. Accounts from surviving witnesses speak of a frantic evacuation, with some crew saved by passing boats, but others swallowed whole by the murky depths. However, folklore suggests that not all souls found peace. They say faint, haunting hymns drift upwards from the sands on some nights, a plaintive sea shanty sung as a lullaby for restless spirits. Historically, the Georgiana was believed destroyed beyond recognition, lost to the ocean and time. Yet decades later, controversy arose when another wreck nearby was initially mistaken for the Georgiana. Later surveys clarified that this was likely the blockade runner Flora, further fueling intrigue over whether the Georgiana's true remains had been fully identified or if hidden fragments still lie undiscovered, veiled beneath layers of silt and salt. The site rests in a liminal space where history, memory, and the supernatural intertwine, attracting historians, treasure hunters, and those drawn by an inexplicable pull towards the ocean's secrets. Some researchers have suggested that silt movements and strong currents might occasionally expose and conceal parts of the wreck anew, like a restless ocean breathing life back into the past, in shifting, fleeting glimpses. The wreck's story became encrusted with symbolism, as a metaphor for the tragedy of conflict, the endurance of hope amidst ruin, and the inexorable passage of time that claims all things. The Georgiana's legend invites reflection on the fragility of human dreams set against the vast indifference of the sea. It reminds us that beneath calm waters can lie tempests of sorrow, courage, and unresolved echoes. And so the whispering wreck of the SS Georgiana endures, lying in wait beneath Charleston's gentle waves, a silent messenger from a fractured past. It calls out softly to those willing to listen, a murmured tale of speed and flame, of men who dared to defy fate's grasp, and of the ocean's own timeless watch over ships lost but never forgotten. Part 9. The mysterious disappearance of the USS Cyclops. In the vast blue embrace of the Atlantic Ocean, far beyond ordinary shipping lanes and well-traveled routes, rests one of the most perplexing maritime enigmas of the 20th century, the disappearance of the USS Cyclops. It was a collier ship, a massive vessel purpose-built to carry coal, an unsung but essential workhorse of the United States Navy during World War I. Yet its legacy is not one of valor or combat heroics, but of silence, vanishing without a single distress call and leaving behind an ocean-sized mystery that still confounds investigators, historians, and maritime enthusiasts alike. Launched in 1910, the Cyclops was part of the Navy's Naval Auxiliary Force, designed to ensure the fleet's steam-powered vessels could be sustained on long voyages by ferrying coal wherever warships ventured. This colossal carrier measured over 540 feet in length and displaced more than 19,000 tons, a titan of steel and engineering. Yet in 1918 it would become the largest non-combat vessel ever lost at sea without explanation. Her final mission began on February 16, 1918, departing from the coal-rich port of Newport News, Virginia, bound for the island of Barbados in the West Indies. Aboard were 309 men, including a complement of officers, enlisted sailors, and civilian crew members filling every corner of the ship. The cargo, an enormous load of manganese ore, a crucial mineral in steel production and war machinery manufacturing. The seas were calm, weather reported as clear, and the route charted neatly over the well-mapped expanse of the western Atlantic. Yet, after sending routine radio messages shortly after departure, the Cyclops simply vanished. No distress call came, no mayday cry or harrowing broadcast. Communication ceased entirely, as if the ship and all hands had been swallowed whole by the ocean. The United States Navy launched an extensive search operation, dispatching multiple vessels and aircraft to scour hundreds of square miles along the ship's projected course. The scope of the search was unprecedented for a non-combatant vessel. After all, in wartime, every ship was vital. Yet, despite weeks of effort, not a single fragment of wreckage, floating debris, or survivor was ever found. The disappearance of the Cyclops remains the single largest non-combat loss of life in US Navy history. To add to the mystery, many of the passengers were naval reservists, engineers, and international laborers, their fates forever entwined in the depths of a silent sea. The theories attempting to explain the loss are as vast as the ocean itself, none fully satisfying nor conclusive. One possibility points to structural failure. The ship was known to have been overloaded with manganese ore, a particularly dense cargo that may have compromised stability. Critics argue the Cyclops, heavily laden, might have succumbed to the pressure of monstrous storms that occasionally birthed themselves in the Atlantic's tempestuous heart, sinking rapidly and stealthily before any assistance could be summoned. Others have speculated about enemy action. World War I saw German U-boats prowling the Atlantic, laying traps and sinking dozens of Allied vessels. Could the Cyclops have been torpedoed in secret? Yet, no submarine claimed the kill, no evidence of an underwater explosion or wreckage consistent with a violent detonation was ever recovered. The US Navy's own post-war reviews discounted enemy involvement due to the lack of corroborating proof. Adding layers to the mystery are puzzling accounts surrounding the ship's last known communication. Some messages hinted at an unusual curse or unexplained troubles on board, a dialogue between officers about mechanical problems, and even reports of strange behavior among the crew before the final voyage. Rumors suggested tension and even mutiny brewing beneath the steel deck, though these remain inconclusive shadows in the broader story. The very route the Cyclops sailed through, the infamous Bermuda Triangle area, fuels the more fantastical speculation. This stretch of Atlantic, cloaked in swirling fog, unpredictable currents, and sudden storms, has a long history of disappearances. Legends hold that supernatural forces, magnetic anomalies, or even portals to other realms lurk beneath these waters, entangling vessels in a timeless web of vanishing. Some maritime mystics posit that the Cyclops' cargo of dense manganese ore could itself have interacted mysteriously with the Earth's magnetic field, creating a compass-busting effect and causing navigational errors that led the ship into dangerous reefs or whirlpools, places from which rescue was impossible. Others believe the ship was overwhelmed and sunk by an immense anomalous wave, the kind of monstrous rogue waves recorded but dismissed by sailors of earlier generations. But despite exhaustive investigations and decades of speculation, the final resting place of the USS Cyclops remains unknown. No sonar imaging, nor deep-sea expeditions have definitively located the wreck. The ocean, seemingly indifferent, protects its secrets with an immense and silent authority. The tale of the Cyclops invites contemplation on the fragility of human endeavors against nature's vast canvas. It reminds us that even the mightiest of ships can vanish without trace, consumed by the restless sea. The disappearance ripples across time, a haunting absence where over 300 lives were lost, a ghostly monument to those swallowed by the deep abyss. Echoes of the Cyclops drift through naval lore, inspiring books, documentaries, and memorials honoring the men who vanished. Their stories, carried on the waves of remembrance, encourage respect for the ocean's eternal power and mystery. And so, the USS Cyclops rests somewhere beneath the Atlantic's enigmatic depths, a silent sentinel lost to time, her disappearance as profound and unknowable as the sea itself, forever inviting minds to ponder the vast haunting unknown that stretches beyond the horizon. Part 10. The enigmatic voyage of the SS Mantola. In the twilight fog that often blankets the North Atlantic, where cold currents swirl and restless waves tell their own stories, there lies a quieter, lesser-known chapter of maritime mystery, the fate of the SS Mantola. This British merchant steamer, built in the early 20th century, was no stranger to the ocean's indifference. Yet, her story is one of abrupt disappearance, haunting cargo, and questions that linger beneath the salt air, like an elusive whisper. The Mantola was not a grand ocean liner, nor a white-gloved luxury cruiser, but a hard-working ship, steel-hulled and built for the treacherous transatlantic crossings of the First World War era. She ferried goods vital to the Allied war effort, weaving through submarine-infested waters and braving the unpredictable moods of a sea that had grown perilous with the shadow of conflict. On August 10, 1917, the Mantola departed from London, bound for New York City. Her cargo hold was heavy with an unusual and valuable freight: steel, machinery parts, and a large shipment of precious chemicals, including benzol, a volatile substance used in munitions manufacturing. The crew numbered 57 men, a blend of seasoned sailors and eager newcomers, each aware of the risks posed not only by the sea, but by hostile U-boats prowling beneath the waves. Battling the typical fog and chill of early August, the Mantola made steady progress across the ocean, keeping a cautious course in convoy with other merchant vessels. Communications were limited. Radio silence was standard to prevent detection by enemy submarines. Captains relied on lookouts and skillful navigation, trusting the ship's steel hull and their honed instincts against an unseen underwater menace. But on the morning of August 25th, tragedy struck with a suddenness that startled even the most experienced seamen. Without warning, a torpedo launched from a German U-boat smashed into the Mantola's port side, detonating amidships. The violent blast tore through the hull, igniting the benzol cargo and triggering a fierce inferno that rapidly engulfed the ship. Flames licked the swollen, smoke-blackened sky, while the Atlantic swallowed the screams and chaos. The crew's frantic efforts to abandon ship were met with crushing waves and thick smoke. Lifeboats were lowered, but many were lost in the confusion, destroyed by spreading fire or tossed overboard by the unforgiving sea. Yet remarkably, despite the devastation and the rapid sinking, the majority of the crew survived, rescued by accompanying patrol boats and nearby ships. Here one might believe the tale closed with grim finality, another casualty in the wartime ledger. But the true mystery of the Mantola's voyage unfolded after the fire was extinguished, and salvage crews approached her now sunken wreck. For months after the attack, divers and investigators returned to the site, retracing the remnants of metal plates and scattered debris. What puzzled them were the eerie conditions around the wreck. The benzol cargo, they noted, had not simply vanished into destruction, but lingered in an unstable, volatile state beneath the water. Reports came of strange chemical residues on boats nearby, an acrid odor hanging in the air, and instruments acting erratically, as if the wreck emitted some unseen energy. More unsettling still were tales from salvage divers who worked at the site. Many described feeling watched by unseen presences, shadows slipping just beyond the edge of vision. Some recounted inexplicable chills deep in the cold water, accompanied by an oppressive sense of dread. Equipment sometimes malfunctioned without cause, radios crackled with phantom voices, and one diver claimed to have glimpsed the ghostly outline of a figure in old-fashioned sailor's garb drifting past the hull. Local fishermen added their own layer to the Mantola's legacy, speaking of nets snagged mysteriously near the wreck, strange lights beneath the waves on moonless nights, and an unsettled sea that grew strangely silent when passing over her resting place. Whispers spread through coastal towns of spirits unable to find peace, bound forever to a sunken vessel marked by fire and death. Adding to the enigma are conflicting records surrounding the exact location of the Mantola's sinking. Some official logs suggest one set of coordinates, while survivor testimonies place it miles away, implying the ship may have drifted or sunk in an unexpected spot. This discrepancy has complicated efforts to fully map the wreck and uncover lost artifacts, turning the site into a submerged puzzle box at the mercy of shifting sands and currents. Researchers and marine historians continue to debate the Mantola's place in maritime lore. Some view the strange diver's experiences as psychological effects of stress and hazardous diving conditions, while others suggest the benzol's chemical properties might create odd sensory phenomena that confuse human perception. Still, no explanation fully accounts for the reports of phantom sightings or the eerie, lingering presence many attest to. More poetically, the Mantola can be seen as a symbol of the invisible dangers that accompany war at sea, silent threats hidden beneath the waves, both physical and metaphysical. The ship's fiery end and the ghostly resonance that followed serve as a testament to the ocean's unpredictable power to transform not only matter but memory. To those who probe deeper into the eerie phenomena, the SS Mantola is more than a sunken steamer lost to history. It is a spectral monument to lives saved and lost, a volatile relic holding secrets within its shattered hull and burning cargo. A shipwreck that, despite her watery grave, refuses to sink quietly into the past. In the dark, undulating waters of the North Atlantic, beneath nights brushed with pale stars and veiled in drifting mist, the ghost of the Mantola lingers, ever waiting, ever whispering her story to those who dare listen, a solemn echo of flame and shadow riding the restless tides. Part 11. The unsolved mystery of the MV High Aim 6. In the vast tepid waters of the South China Sea, a vessel named the MV High Aim 6 etched itself into maritime dark history, not through its grandeur or pioneering voyages, but through an eerie disappearance cloaked in whispers and suspicion. This Taiwanese fishing trawler, modest in size but sturdy in build, became the subject of international intrigue and supernatural speculation in the early 2010s. Remembered not only for what was lost but for the chilling questions left unanswered. The High Aim 6 was a typical tuna longliner, a workhorse of the ocean designed for the demanding task of venturing far into open waters, setting long lines with baited hooks, and returning with valuable catches for markets across Asia. Her crew, a mix of seasoned fishermen from Taiwan and Southeast Asia, were accustomed to the risks inherent in their trade, endless horizons, shifting weather, and the silent dangers of the sea. Yet nothing in their experience prepared them for the strange fate awaiting the High Aim 6. On a routine voyage departing from Kaohsiung Harbor in August 2012, the trawler set its course for the abundant fishing grounds near the contested Scarborough Shoal, a disputed but bountiful area in the Western Pacific. The crew, numbering 14 men, relayed routine communications for several days, their broadcasts marked by steady reports of weather and catch sizes. Nothing in their messages hinted at any trouble, but then the High Aim 6 ceased all transmissions. Several days passed with radio silence, sending ripples of concern through local maritime authorities and the families waiting expectantly for news. What followed was a search operation involving Coast Guard ships, naval patrols, and private vessels scouring the apparently endless waves. Eventually, the mystery deepened rather than solved itself. The High Aim 6 was found adrift near the infamous Philippine Sea Trench, a region known for volatile currents and steep underwater topography. The vessel bore no signs of damage, no ransom notes or distress flares. The engine room hummed faintly, fuel was ample, and supplies lay undisturbed. Yet every single crew member had vanished. No bodies, no life rafts, no trace. When boarding parties explored the trawler, they encountered a scene frozen in disquieting normalcy. Personal belongings remained. Jackets hung neatly over chairs, fishing paraphernalia lay scattered but not in the frenzy one might expect from an emergency departure. The galley table was set with half-finished cups of tea and utensils half placed on plates. Even the deck dog, a small companion left to guard the ship in the crew's absence, was gone without explanation. Investigators combed every inch for clues. The ship's log showed no abnormal weather, no mechanical failures, no signs of attack. Satellite tracking data hinted that the ship had altered course before coming to rest, but no signals indicated broadcast distress. The digital logs stored inside the bridge's navigation systems were wiped clean, deepening suspicions among officials about foul play. Rumors rippled beyond the factual, spiraling into the realm of the supernatural and the geopolitical. Some whispered of pirate attacks, not uncommon in the South China Sea, though piracy experts dismissed the possibility given the lack of theft or sabotage. Others speculated that military collisions or secret detentions had occurred amid the contested waters rife with diplomatic tensions. Yet none of these theories held concrete evidence. Local fishermen near the search area spoke of odd happenings, strange lights flickering on moonless nights, voices faintly carried on the wind, and an inexplicable stillness in the water where the ship drifted, a kind of oceanic silence that pressed down upon the senses. Some elders murmured of the sea's taking, a phrase passed down for generations to describe the sea's mysterious claim of those who dare too far. More sinister conjectures arose. Was the crew lured off by deep-sea currents to shadowy depths, or taken by unknown sea creatures? Accounts that sound implausible yet persist in maritime lore. Others invoked tales of ghost ships, vessels claimed by vengeful spirits or cursed by ancient nautical gods displeased by human trespass. International media outlets seized upon the story, their headlines painting a ghostly vessel drifting aimlessly in one of the world's busiest nautical crossroads, stirring unease among the maritime community. The disappearance drew attention not only for its mystique, but for the geopolitical friction surrounding the Scarborough Shoal, where territorial disputes have long added danger both above and below water. Over time, naval forces incorporated the HI-AIM-6's disappearance into their risk assessments, emphasizing the unpredictable nature of both human and environmental factors in the region. Yet, despite rounds of surveillance, satellite imagery, and underwater scans, the fate of the missing crew remains an oceanic enigma. The disappearance of the MV HI-AIM-6 serves as a somber reminder of the ocean's enduring power to swallow stories without notice or explanation. It illustrates the fragile balance between human endeavor and nature's vast domain, a balance quickly upset by a moment's silence, a vanished voice, or a ship left to drift in the vast blue. For those who study maritime mysteries, the HI-AIM-6 remains a chilling vignette of loss, suspicion, and the sea's boundless capacity to keep secrets. Its ghostly trail haunting the South China Sea, it asks the quiet question of all who watch the waves: what unseen depths hold the vanished, and how many ships might their watery kingdom still claim without a trace? Part 12. The unfathomable fate of the SS Proteus. Across the vast scorching expanse of the Sargasso Sea, an enigmatic stretch of the North Atlantic infamous for its calm waters and entangling mats of seaweed, there drifts a story that chills even the most hardened maritime historians: the baffling disappearance of the SS Proteus. Launched in 1912, this modest cargo ship was a workhorse of the early 20th century, a sturdy steel vessel tasked with hauling precious cargoes amidst the rising tides of global trade. But it was in 1923 that the Proteus vanished without warning, leaving behind nothing but unanswered questions and a void of eerie silence that has echoed through the decades. The Proteus was no luxury liner nor famed exploration vessel. Her purpose was clear and simple: to navigate the merciless Atlantic routes transporting bauxite, a crucial ore for aluminum production, from South America to the ports of the United States. Her crew was a small but experienced group, 30 men, seasoned sailors who knew the Atlantic's temperamental moods better than most. Their journey from Georgetown, British Guiana, up to New York was routine, completed dozens of times. But in November 1923, when the Proteus departed with her latest cargo, something inexplicable unfolded. As she traversed the notorious Sargasso Sea, a region long feared for the dense mats of sargassum seaweed that could trap unwary ships, the vessel sent one last radio message, a brief, cryptic report mentioning slightly sluggish engine performance and unexpected seaweed accumulation around the propellers. After this terse broadcast, all contact ceased. Search efforts were swiftly mounted once the Proteus failed to arrive. Despite scrutiny, no debris, no distress signals, no bodies were ever found. A modern search might rely on satellites and sonar, but in the early 1920s, the vastness of the ocean rendered such technology decades away. The Proteus had simply dissolved into the oceanic expanse, as if swallowed whole, leaving only ripples in the water and speculations in the minds of those left behind. Over time, multiple ships reported sightings in or near the Sargasso Sea of a strange ghostly outline resembling a steel vessel, her silhouette half submerged amidst thick veils of algae and kelp. Mariners spoke of faint haunting lights flickering along the supposed decklines, flickers that vanished as swiftly as they appeared. Some claimed to hear an eerie creaking, like the slow groan of timbers under strain, though no living soul was aboard. The mysterious vanishing of the Proteus raised unsettling parallels with other maritime lore about ships trapped and devoured by the Sargasso Sea's peculiar ecosystem. Could the dense mats of floating algae entangle a vessel so completely as to disable her engines irreparably, stranding her indefinitely in the heart of the Atlantic? Several contemporary reports reckoned that once mired in the endless greenery, crews might be doomed to starvation or disappearance, swallowed not by stormy waters but by slow suffocation and despair. Yet, deeper and stranger theories emerged over the years. Some posited that the Proteus was claimed by a yet-to-be-catalogued oceanic phenomenon, vast floating seaweed islands so dense and widespread they formed near-impervious barriers, capable of ensnaring entire vessels and their crews within fatal mazes. Local sailors and fishermen in the Caribbean spoke of these green traps with dread, reciting tales passed down through generations of seafarers who avoided the Sargasso or perished in its grasp. Additionally, The ship's name itself, Proteus, named after the ancient Greek sea god of elusive change, sparked ominous musings. This deity was said to shift form to avoid capture, symbolizing the unknowable and the mutability of the sea. The ship's disappearance was seen by some poetic minds as more than chance, a destined vanishing, a maritime metaphor embodied in steel and flesh. A number of speculative hypotheses arose. Some argued that a sudden underwater event, like the unusual release of methane hydrates from the seabed, could have caused an invisible buoyancy-altering cloud to envelop the Proteus, disrupting her navigation and sinking her rapidly. Such gases, rising silently from the ocean floor, could reduce water density so profoundly that a ship might lose stability and founder without warning, leaving no wreckage at the surface. Other theories suggested clandestine wartime activities resonating into the post-World War I era, that the Proteus unwittingly crossed paths with secret military tests or submerged explosive trials in the Atlantic, leading to her sudden obliteration in denied zones. No official records confirm such events, but supposition fills in the silence. Maritime archaeologists have periodically scoured regions once believed to be near the Proteus' last course. While some debris fields were discovered, none have been definitively linked to the vessel. What makes the mystery enduring is that the ship simply vanished in a reputedly calm sector, far from the violence of storms or reefs common in other wreck scenarios. In addition to the official search crews, numerous private expeditions and maritime mystery enthusiasts turned their gaze toward the Sargasso Sea's perplexing enigma. Their stories often blend fact and folklore, colliding modern technology with age-old superstition. Advanced sonar mapping occasionally reveals unusual underwater formations and sargassum conglomerations, which may lend credence to the idea that the Sargasso is more than just a patch of floating algae. It's a labyrinthine maritime graveyard, shifting and alive. Psychologists and oceanographers alike have noted that the seaweed's capacity to mute sound and absorb electromagnetic signals might also explain the absence of distress calls and echoed wreckage. Even modern attempts to locate the wreckage sections could be impeded by these natural acoustic barriers. This silent zone fosters an almost otherworldly atmosphere, an oceanic Bermuda Triangle born not of supernatural forces but of natural phenomena compounding in secrecy. The enduring magnetism of the Proteus story lies in its unresolved nature, a steel ship swallowed by green abyss, her crew lost to warning silence, her fate a paradox of the calmest waters fostering one of the deadliest traps. In poetic terms, the Proteus reminds us that the ocean's mysteries are not always born of storm and fury, but can lie in stillness and creeping webs, in the slow and inexorable embrace of the sea's hidden gardens. For those who contemplate the ocean's dark majesty, the SS Proteus is a ghost not of fire or collision, but of silence, a haunting echo from the heart of the Sargasso, where the waves fall quiet and the seaweed whispers ancient secrets to the drifting tides. And so, long after her final broadcast faded into static, the Proteus remains an eternal riddle on the restless ocean, an emblem of the sea's capacity to conceal, to transform, and to claim what man dares to leave behind in the boundless blue. Part 13. The ghostly legend of the MV Joyous. Far across the cerulean expanse of the Indian Ocean, where trade winds whisper ancient secrets to passing vessels, drifts a story seldom told but lingering in maritime whispers, the haunting tale of the MV Joyous. Unlike the grand liners or warships whose fates blaze across history's stages, the Joyous was a modest cargo ship, a humble connector of far-flung ports, laden with spices, textiles, and the hopes of distant lands. Yet, in the year 1958, this unassuming vessel became the center of a baffling maritime enigma that still ripples through the ocean's layered myths. Built in the mid-1930s, the Joyous was a sturdy steel cargo ship registered in Mauritius, designed primarily for coastal runs throughout the Indian Ocean's archipelagos. With a respectable capacity and an experienced crew, the ship carried goods essential to the island economies from Madagascar to the ports of Zanzibar and beyond. She was beloved in local waters, familiar to generations of sailors who trusted her steady decks and reliable engines in a sea known for sudden tempests and mercurial moods. Her final voyage began under auspicious skies in late February of 1958. Laden with a mixed cargo of cloves from Zanzibar and freshly woven cotton bales from Mombasa, the Joyous set course toward Port Louis in Mauritius. The journey was routine, anticipated to take just over a week across calm turquoise waters, guided by the trade winds and celestial maps. Her captain, Jean-Luc Moreau, was a seasoned mariner of French descent, known for his calm demeanor and deep respect for both ship and sea. Yet, as the Joyous ventured deeper into the Indian Ocean, reaching the notorious stretch between the Comoros Islands and Madagascar, a strange and unsettling sequence of events unfolded. On the third day into the voyage, contact with the ship was abruptly severed. No distress signals pierced the radio waves. No flares lit the night sky. For days, search parties scoured the waves, hoping to spot sails against the horizon or catch a drift of debris, but the ocean remained silent. Then, nearly a month later, the Joyous was rediscovered, adrift off the coast of Reunion Island. Ships from nearby ports approached cautiously, almost hesitant, as if drawn by the ghostly echo of a ship long lost. The Joyous floated as if caught in a spell, her hull intact, sails furled, engines cold, but with one chilling difference: no one remained aboard. Boarding parties found a ship hauntingly preserved in mid-journey. The galley showed signs of an unfinished meal. Cups of tea sat half-drunk, their steam long dissipated. Cabin doors were untouched, belongings neatly stowed, and navigation instruments precisely aligned. Captain Moreau's personal journal lay open on his desk, entries abruptly ending with a cryptic note. "The sea is restless, something watches beyond the waves." The logbook revealed no hint of mechanical failure, severe weather, or violence. What unsettled these investigators most was the eerie stillness suffusing the ship and the inexplicable absence of the crew. No lifeboats were missing, no signs of forced. It was as though the sailors had simply vanished into thin air, leaving behind only the cold creak of timbers and the salt-laden breeze. Local fishermen whispered of strange lights seen in the nights before the ship's discovery, glimmers beneath the water's surface, flickering like lanterns carried by unseen hands. Stories circulated of faint human voices carried on the wind, tangled with the haunting melodies of traditional chants sung by lost souls. Some suggested the Joyous had sailed into a tempested vortex, a kind of maritime Bermuda Triangle that had claimed other vessels, now largely forgotten outside island folklore. Scientific inquiries examined natural phenomena that might explain the disappearance: rogue waves, toxic gas releases from underwater vents, or magnetic anomalies disrupting navigation. Yet, none accounted for the absence of debris, lifeboats, or any distress signals. The sinister silence and the ship's intact state puzzled even the most methodical investigators. Further deepening the mystery, subsequent patrols reported fleeting glimpses of a ship matching the Joyous's description, sometimes at dawn's first light, sometimes shrouded in evening mist. Approaches found only empty decks and the faintest echo of footsteps long since faded. These sightings became endless haunting notes in the ballads sung by regional sailors, a spectral monument to the inexplicable. Maritime historians speculated on hidden cargo, perhaps contraband or diplomatic secrets, that might have implicated the crew in dangerous liaisons, prompting covert detentions or disappearances. However, no evidence ever emerged to confirm such claims. Instead, the ship's eerie fate settled into the collective consciousness as a symbol of the ocean's inscrutable power, a reminder that some voyagers may never reach their intended harbor, swallowed instead by mystery and the quiet depths. The haunting saga of the MV Joyous continues to drift through the Indian Ocean's vastness, carried in the memories of those who dare to cross its mercurial waters. It serves as a somber reflection on isolation and loss, a testament to the sea's capacity to absorb stories and sail them silently into the vast unknown. The ghost ship's legacy ripples quietly in island taverns and coastal villages, where elders recount the tale to younger generations beneath star-studded skies and the soft lapping of waves. The Joyous stands as an eternal enigma, a vessel abandoned by time forever floating between reality and legend, awaiting the moment when her crew's fate might finally be whispered back to the surface. And so the MV Joyous drifts on in shadow and sea spray, a spectral voyager embodying the ocean's silent watch, a haunting riddle that commands respect, curiosity, and the quiet wonder found only in the most profound depths of maritime mystery. Part 14. The bewildering vanishing of the MV Joyous sister ship, the SS Valencia, along the rugged Pacific coastline of North America, where restless waves crash against jagged cliffs and dense fog often blankets the shores. There lingers an unsettling maritime legend, tied closely to one of the ocean's most haunting mysteries: the disappearance of the SS Valencia, a passenger steamer whose fate has puzzled historians, inspired ghost stories, and confounded explorers for over a century. Constructed in 1883, the Valencia was a sturdy iron-hulled steamship designed for both cargo and passenger service, intended to navigate the treacherous coastal waters stretching from San Francisco up to the ports of Seattle and Vancouver. For years she was a reliable vessel, trusted by countless travelers daring to brave the Pacific's temperamental moods and blustery winds that buffeted the region. Her final voyage took place on a cold, storm-churned night in January 1906. Departing from San Francisco bound for Seattle, the Valencia sailed into a thickening fog, the air heavy with the promise of an approaching tempest. The crew consisted of around 108 passengers and 60 crew members, all eager to reach the safety of northern harbors before the full fury of the Pacific storm broke loose. As darkness deepened, a fierce gale swept in from the open ocean, whipping the vessel into turmoil. Visibility dropped to nearly zero, and navigational challenges escalated. Despite the crew's efforts and the captain's skillful handling, the Valencia found herself perilously close to Vancouver Island's forbidding coastline, an area marked by rocky outcrops, submerged reefs, and treacherous currents. Late into the night, disaster struck. Whether miscalculations, faulty instruments, or sheer maritime misfortune led the steamer to veer off course is still debated. But before dawn, the Valencia slammed violently onto the rocky shore near Cape Beale. The hull cracked, and the ship began to break apart, battered by relentless waves that mercilessly tore at her timbers. The ensuing wreck was catastrophic. Passengers struggled to launch lifeboats into violent seas. Many were swept away before ever reaching safety. Between exposure, drowning, and injuries, survival was bleak. Local indigenous communities and rescuers worked tirelessly, rescuing those who could be found amid floating debris and the shard-strewn shoreline. Despite these efforts, over 100 souls were lost, marking the Valencia's sinking as one of the deadliest maritime tragedies on the Pacific coast. However, the story deepens beyond the tragic shipwreck itself. Over the years, numerous reports emerged painting the Valencia not merely as a wreck, but as a ghostly presence haunting the coast. Mariners passing near Cape Beale spoke of spectral lights flickering from the shoreline, the Valencia's lanterns glowing faintly through fog and rain, beckoning lost sailors or warning others away from the deadly reefs. Fishermen told tales of eerie music drifting across the water on calm nights, faint singing heard amid the crash of the surf, echoing the voices of passengers lost to the sea. More than one captain swore they glimpsed a silhouette of the Valencia's mast and rigging rising from the mist, only to vanish as a sudden gust dispersed the haze. Diving expeditions to the wreck site have yielded fragments of iron and machinery, yet much of the vessel remains swallowed beneath shifting sands and ocean currents. The ever-changing underwater landscape conceals what is left of the steamer, making archaeological study challenging. The cold Pacific waters preserve some elements, but the wreck is broken and scattered, a fractured memory of a ship meeting a violent end. The human stories tied to the Valencia add layers to its mystique. Passengers' letters home, manifest records, and survivors' accounts detail acts of courage amid chaos, of crew members sacrificing themselves to aid others, of makeshift shelters built from wreckage along the shore, and of community resilience in the face of tragedy. Yet these personal narratives are also tinted with bewilderment. How did such a well-traveled ship fall so suddenly and utterly to disaster? What unseen forces or decisions coalesced into that fateful night's calamity? Some maritime investigators have posited that outdated navigational charts, flawed compasses disturbed by magnetic anomalies along the coast, or unanticipated tidal shifts might have misled the crew. Others suspect that a combination of mechanical failure and human error under extreme pressure sealed the ship's doom. Still, none can fully unravel the tragic chain of events. But the legend lives on, entwined with the region's rugged beauty and brooding atmosphere. The ghost stories and unexplained phenomena surrounding the Valencia have inspired poets, artists, and storytellers. The shipwreck stands as a somber monument, a reminder of the sea's treacherous grace and the ever-present risk faced by those who cross its vast domains. In coastal towns near the site, tellers of local lore recount the kayak ghost, a figure seen paddling silently just offshore on storm-darkened nights, thought by some to be a survivor or spirit bound to the sea's edge, forever searching for closure. Others hold festivals remembering the lost souls, embracing the sea as both a giver and taker of life. The SS Valencia's tragedy, while anchored in history, drifts perpetually between fact and myth. It beckons us to consider the fragile line between human endeavor and nature's inexorable will. It reminds us that even in modern times, with all our technology and knowledge, the ocean holds dangers beyond prediction and mysteries that endure beyond the tides. Its story is a melancholic song sung by the Pacific winds, a tale of wreck and remembrance, of vanished lives, and of haunting echoes that ripple beneath the waves. The Valencia's ghost is woven into the fabric of the West Coast's maritime identity, a silent guardian of caution and respect for the sea's ever-shifting moods. And so, under fog-laden skies and amidst crashing waves, the memory of the SS Valencia lingers, her outline fading but never forgotten, forever drifting on the boundary between history and legend along the wild Pacific shores. Part 15. The haunting of the SS Edmund Fitzgerald. Far across the cold, restless expanse of Lake Superior, where cliffs tower like ancient sentinels and the skies often loom heavy with storm clouds, lies a maritime mystery that has echoed through the decades. A tale of tragedy, silence, and haunting absence cast upon North America's largest freshwater lake. This is the story of the SS Edmund Fitzgerald, a great freighter whose final voyage in November 1975 became one of the most enduring and sorrowful legends of the Great Lakes. The Edmund Fitzgerald was no ordinary ship. Launched in 1958 and named after a prominent Michigan mining executive, she was among the largest vessels ever to navigate the Great Lakes, flexing her steel frame to carry vast loads of iron ore across turbulent waters. At nearly 729 feet in length and powered by mighty engines, she was a symbol of industrial might, a lifeline feeding the furnaces of the American Midwest steel mills. Her crew, composed of seasoned sailors who knew the lake's moods and dangers intimately, took pride in piloting the Fitzgerald through thick mists, ice, and fierce gales that could rise without warning. The lake, while freshwater, was no gentler than the ocean in its tempests. Waves could tower as high as 8 stories, winds howl like a living beast, and the cold bore deep into bones and hearts alike. On the evening of November 9, 1975, the Fitzgerald departed from Superior, Wisconsin, bound for Detroit with a heavy load of taconite pellets, a dense iron ore concentrate. The forecast called for rough weather, but the shipwrights and crew were familiar with such conditions, considering them challenging but manageable. As the Fitzgerald steamed into Canadian waters, the sky darkened abruptly. A late-season storm unleashed itself with relentless fury. Winds escalated to hurricane speeds, waves smashed indiscriminately against the hull, and visibility dropped to near zero. Radio communications became fragmented, messages laced with warnings and terse updates amidst crackles of interference. Witnesses on nearby vessels recalled the Fitzgerald sending distress calls, frantic transmissions briefly reporting that her radar and radio systems were failing, her pumps struggling against flooding, and the ship listing precariously to port. Minutes later, all contact was lost. The fate of the Edmund Fitzgerald was sealed beneath Lake Superior's icy surface. When search and rescue teams scoured the storm-battered waters, all they found was scattered debris, floating sections of wreckage, a lifebuoy, and personal effects gently bobbing in the waves. The colossal vessel and her 29 crew members had disappeared without a trace of survivors or a definitive cause. Salvage attempts failed to locate remains or the ship's black box, leaving investigators to piece together what little evidence was available amid the raging lake. Some accounts suggested that rogue waves, possibly reaching heights of 30 feet or more, had overwhelmed the Fitzgerald in a sudden onslaught. Others pointed to structural weaknesses or mechanical failures aggravated by overstretched travel schedules and the pitiless storm. The mystery deepened with conflicting reports and theories, including speculation about the shifting cargo load causing instability, or a failure of the watertight doors leading to rapid flooding. Some crew testimonies from prior voyages described the ship as having moments of peril, yet none predicted an end so swift and absolute. In the aftermath, the loss inspired sailors and the public alike, immortalized by Gordon Lightfoot's haunting ballad, The Wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald, which cast the ship's ghostly silhouette into the collective consciousness, a symbol of the Great Lakes' perilous beauty and unforgiving force. Today, the wreck lies in approximately 530 feet of water, its silhouette mapped but largely untouched, considered a gravesite and protected from salvage. The lake, with all its frozen quiet and turbulence, holds the Fitzgerald close, its depth preserving the silence of the final hours. Locals and mariners tell tales even now of strange lights hovering above the waters near the final resting place, luminescent glows said to be the souls of the lost crew, sailors' lanterns guiding fellow seafarers through fog and dark. Others speak of the lake's voice, a mournful moan carried on northern winds that chills the marrow, a whispered lament for those claimed by the deep. The story of the Edmund Fitzgerald is more than a tragedy. It is a somber meditation on human courage in the face of nature's indifference. It speaks to the precarious balance between progress and vulnerability, resilience and fate. For those who drift across Lake Superior's vastness, the ship's haunting legacy remains a constant presence, a shimmering wake of remembrance, caution, and reverence for the deep waters that both feed and forever claim those daring enough to cross them. And so, beneath the ever-changing skies and the lake's restless waves, the SS Edmund Fitzgerald drifts eternally, a silent giant resting in the dark, a spectral echo of steel, storm, and the enduring heart of mariners lost to the ocean's freshwater embrace. Part 16. The vanishing of the MV Joyeta's sister ship, the SS Regina. In the vast and unpredictable waters off the coast of Newfoundland, Canada, a story quietly echoes through maritime history, one of sudden disappearance, strange phenomena, and unanswered questions that have confounded sailors and investigators alike. This is the tale of the SS Regina, a sister to the MV Joyeta in its ghostly renown, yet its fate is equally haunting and remains shrouded in mist and speculation to this day. Built in 1920 in Scotland, the SS Regina was a sturdy steel cargo passenger steamship designed to ply the cold and often treacherous routes along the eastern Canadian seaboard. She carried everything from supplies to settlers, venturing into remote coastal communities, to distressed fishermen navigating the North Atlantic's unforgiving waters. Her purpose was practical, reliable, and vital in an era when maritime travel was the lifeblood of isolated towns. Regina's reputation was born not from grandeur, but from her resilience, weathering storms that would unseat lesser ships, braving heavy fog banks, and navigating the labyrinthine passages between islands where charts were scant and danger simple and real. Her crew were seasoned mariners, familiar with the biting winds and ice that painted the decks in winter frost, well versed in the art of survival on waves that could grow taller than a house. The fateful voyage commenced on a chilly September morning in 1930. Carrying a mix of cargo, coal, fresh fish, barrels of molasses, and machinery parts, Regina charted her course from Quebec toward the bustling port of St. John, Newfoundland. On board were roughly 75 souls, a modest number of passengers mixed with the hard-working crew. The skies were clear, the sea calm, and as the ship slipped into the Atlantic's embrace, nothing seemed amiss. Days passed uneventfully as she followed her plotted path along the shoreline and out into open water. But then, just as she approached the outer edge of the Grand Banks, a region notorious for fog, sudden storms, and sometimes inexplicable whirlpools, the Regina vanished. No distress signals were sent, no mayday calls interrupted the radio static. Her communications grew silent as though swallowed by the vast ocean itself. What followed were concerted search efforts by the Canadian Coast Guard, private vessels, and naval forces. The expanse to cover was daunting, waters cold and treacherous, but no immediate wreckage or survivors came to light. Eventually, debris was found scattered over a wide area, broken wooden crates, fragments of the cargo, a life preserver painted with her name, but no sign of the ship's hull or the people who had sailed it. Whispers quickly spread among the maritime communities familiar with the Newfoundland waters. Some fishermen claimed they had seen a ghost ship drifting atop the mist, an apparition mirroring the Regina's silhouette, sails tattered, lights flickering weakly against the fog, vanishing as suddenly as it appeared. Others told of hearing the faint strains of a ship's whistle on calm nights when the fog crept in close to the shore, a haunting melody without source. The mystery surrounding the Regina deepened with contradictory reports. Some witnesses spoke of seeing remnants of the ship cornered within a whirlpool large enough to swallow vessels whole, while others suggested a sudden and violent storm had erupted without warning. Yet no meteorological data fully supported these claims. Weather logs indicated calm seas when the ship disappeared. Rescue crews uncovered details that only added to the enigma, life jackets found undamaged and still halved in their storage racks, lifeboats intact but absent from the water, and a ship's logbook recovered weeks later, pages intact up to the day of disappearance, yet ending abruptly mid-sentence. The last notes reference strange electrical interferences, unexplained navigational anomalies in magnetic readings, and a growing fog bank that seemed to cling unnaturally, defying even the wind. Enter the thread of darker speculation. Some maritime mystics pointed to the Grand Bank's reputation as a place of maritime ghost zones, where compasses spin wildly, instruments fail, and time itself appears to distort, a mysterious vortex that plays tricks on man's contraptions and senses. It was said that ships crossing this watery limbo could be trapped between worlds, neither fully lost nor fully found. Others leaned on more earthly but no less perplexing explanations. Could the Regina's disappearance have been the work of early 20th century rum runners, forced off course and abandoned by fleeing smugglers? Or was it the victim of wartime mines or leftover explosives from the First World War, negligently left in shipping lanes long after the armistice? Modern researchers have revisited the Regina's case with fresh eyes, applying sonar mapping and underwater archaeology to the seabed along her last known route. Echoes on sonar occasionally return ambiguous shapes, anomalies that may hint at large objects buried beneath layers of silt or hidden by shifting currents. Yet no confirmed wreckage has ever been precisely identified. The human angle remains as poignant as ever. Descendants of the missing crew and passengers still gather to recall their ancestors, holding memorial services, sharing letters and recounting tales passed down as cherished family lore. The Regina's disappearance stands as a somber reminder of the ocean's merciless indifference, its power not only to erase physical presence, but to consume entire stories, leaving behind only whispers carried on salt winds. This tale, less known outside of the Canadian maritime fraternity, embodies all the eerie qualities that define history's most haunting shipwrecks: sudden vanishing, preserved mystery, contradictory evidence, and that compelling sense of silence following tragedy, an oceanic void where human understanding fades into the depths. The SS Regina lingers still, a legend cast upon the North Atlantic's brooding waves, a silent vessel lost between fog and current, sound and absence, a spectral reminder that even the sturdiest ships can vanish without trace. And beneath the shifting waters where the cold currents mingle, perhaps her story continues quietly, waiting for the one who dares look deep enough to unlock its secrets. Part 17. The haunting silence of the MV Rosalie. Far off the western coast of Africa, where the Atlantic Ocean laps against the shores of once bustling colonial ports, lies a maritime enigma that has whispered its secrets through more than a century of salt-laden wind and crashing waves: the perplexing mystery of the MV Rosalie. A merchant vessel of mid-20th century origin, the Rosalie was neither grand nor notorious in her prime. Yet her final voyage stitched a tapestry of unanswered questions and spectral fascination that continues to rattle the imaginations of seafarers and historians alike. The Rosalie was constructed in 1947 in a modest shipyard along the River Clyde in Scotland, her steel frame and powerful diesel engines typical of post-war cargo ships designed to rebuild and connect distant markets in a recovering world. Originally assigned to trade routes between European nations and West African ports, she bore the marks of a workhorse, serviceable, dependable, and unassuming. Yet she was more than just a mere hauler of goods. Over the years, her decks had witnessed the comings and goings of sailors, traders, and travelers whose lives brushed against the edge of history's tidal pull. It was in the heat of the early summer of 1965 that the Rosalie set sail on what was scheduled to be a routine journey from the port of Hamburg in Germany, laden with manufactured goods, machinery parts, and assorted provisions destined for Dakar, Senegal, and further along the West African coast. Among the cargo was a consignment marked fragile crates, whose contents were later rumored to include rare artifacts and mysterious objects of unknown origin. The crew was a mix of seasoned European sailors and local hands, bonded by the daily rhythms of shipboard life beneath a blistering sun and tropical rains. In the days following departure, the Rosalie kept steady pace, a steady silhouette against the sprawling blue, sending routine position and weather reports back to port. On the fifth day, however, the transmissions suddenly ceased without warning. Attempts by nearby vessels and coastal radio stations to re-establish contact met only static. The Rosalie had vanished in mid-Atlantic, leaving behind no distress call, no flares, no signal of struggle or mechanical failure. Distress and confusion rippled through maritime authorities and those with ties to the vessel. An extensive search was launched, probing the sprawling waters between the Azores and the Cape Verde Islands, but no wreckage surfaced. No floating debris fields or oil slicks betrayed the fate of the ship. No lifeboats or survivors were sighted. The ocean, vast and indifferent, had engulfed the Rosalie without a trace. Months passed, and the story might have faded into the usual annals of lost vessels had strange phenomena not begun to coat the edges of the mystery with a darker hue. Local fishermen, trawler captains, and coastal residents along the West African shoreline began to report sightings of a ghostly ship far from any known shipping lanes. The vessel matched descriptions of the Rosalie, steel-hulled, with one funnel and deck structures weakly illuminated by a pale, otherworldly glow. These sightings were often accompanied by eerie silence, no engine noise, no crew voices, just the sound of gentle waves lapping against phantom hulls. Sometimes the ship was seen moving steadily through calm seas, at other times appearing stationary, as if caught in some watery limbo. Attempts to approach met with failure. By the time rescue or investigative boats drew near, the apparition dissolved into mist or vanished behind a curtain of rolling fog. More unsettling were tales told in off-the-record whispers by the region's seafarers, accounts of unexplained electrical malfunctions aboard vessels near the sightings, compasses spinning wildly, and radio static erupting into unintelligible voices that hinted at final moments of distress. A few reported fleeting glimpses of figures manning the decks, pale, translucent shapes barely visible, gestures frozen in time, like echoes trapped beneath invisible chains. Speculation and conjecture blossomed. Some suggested that the Rosalie had stumbled upon treacherous underwater volcanic vents that released toxic gases, incapacitating her crew without a chance to issue warnings or abandon the ship. Others theorized that the fragile cargo might have contained dangerous relics whose disturbance had invoked a curse, dooming the vessel to eternal wandering. Among fishermen, old legends stirred, tales of the veiled vessel, a ship condemned to wander the sea until her debts were paid in full, or her secret buried once more in the depths. An influential hypothesis, while lacking concrete evidence, was that the Rosalie had encountered a rare and fearsome phenomenon, the mysterious maelstrom graveyard, rumored to exist near the meeting point of several ocean currents off the West African coast. Here, shifting eddies and whirlpools could trap a vessel in perilous spirals, draining power, eroding morale, and swallowing ships whole without outward signs of distress to those watching from afar. In the years that followed, a handful of expeditions sought the truth beneath the surface. Equipped with modern sonar and submersibles, crews combed the ocean floor in legacy search efforts, probing dark contours, sunken mountains, and the slopes of underwater canyons in hopes of locating the Rosalie's final resting place. Yet, despite technological advances, the wreck remained elusive. Sonar returned ambiguous readings, anomalies that could be rocks, debris, or the maddeningly shape-shifting illusions wrought by currents and sediment. The elusive fate of the MV Rosalie, therefore, takes its place alongside the ocean's most confounding maritime disappearances, a ship lost not only to the water, but to time and memory. Her ghostly presence, reported long after her disappearance, serves as a poetic reminder that the sea is animated, not just by waves and currents, but by the echoes of lives once lived upon her restless surface. The sailors who vanished aboard the Rosalie remain forever etched in the ocean's silent canvas, their story a cool breeze stirring in the night air, a lullaby sung by waves to lull the dreaming into peaceful wonder. For all who hear the tale, the Rosalie's haunting silence is both an invitation and a warning that beyond the horizon lies a realm where ships may vanish, voices fade, and the line between life and shadow blurs beneath the eternal watch of the sea. And so, in the endless dance of tides and stars, the MV Rosalie glides forever, an apparition of steel and sorrow, a drifting question mark on the vast mysterious ocean. Part 18. The silent drift of the MV Lubov Orlova. In the cold, relentless waters of the North Atlantic, far from the warm shores and bustling ports, drifts a chilling relic of maritime history, the MV Lubov Orlova. Once a proud Soviet cruise ship, she became something far stranger after her final voyage, transforming from a symbol of post-Soviet ambition into a ghost ship adrift in the unforgiving ocean. her fate a tale steeped in mystery, silence, and the eerie whisper of waves against rusted steel. The Lyubov Orlova was built in 1976, a sleek and modern vessel designed explicitly for pleasure cruises along the icy coasts of the Soviet Union and later Russia, carrying holidaymakers on voyages through Scandinavia, Greenland, and the Arctic Circle. With her white hull and multiple decks, she was a floating palace of leisure, the vibrant epicenter of music, dance, and exotic exploration, an emblem of a war-torn nation's cultural renewal. Yet, as political tides shifted and the Soviet Union dissolved in the early 1990s, many stories fell away with it. The Lyubov Orlova, caught in the web of economic turmoil, changed hands several times, her voyages growing less frequent, her maintenance neglected, as operators struggled to keep her afloat in a market that had abruptly turned wild and unsettled. By the early 2010s, the once glorious cruise liner had fallen into disrepair and was sold to a Canadian scrap company with plans to dismantle her in the Caribbean. In December 2010, the ship began her final transit from the port of St. John's, Newfoundland, bound for a scrapyard in the Dominican Republic. But the journey was fated to become a nightmare painted on a canvas of endless indifferent blue. Along the way, the Lyubov Orlova suffered multiple engine failures, leaving her at the mercy of the mighty North Atlantic swell. Without power, the ship became vulnerable to storms that ravaged the region in winter, buffeted by winds and currents that would turn any vessel into a fragile wandering soul. Eventually, the tug crew escorting the Lyubov Orlova abandoned her, citing safety concerns and mechanical troubles that rendered the ghost vessel uncontrollable. Thus alone and powerless, the Lyubov Orlova was set adrift, left to wander the ocean currents as a massive derelict, a drifting barge of rust and forgotten dreams. From that point on, the ship's trajectory became a maritime enigma. Dozens of sightings were reported over the following years, as the Lyubov Orlova was spotted bobbing aimlessly just beyond shipping lanes and in isolated stretches of sea. Fishermen, naval patrols, and coastal observers described a haunting spectacle, the ship's skeletal silhouette looming through fog or mist, her once proud hull now scarred, windows blown out, decks overtaken by the relentless advance of corrosion and the sea's own slow reclamation. The ship was silent, no lights, no radio calls, no crew. She drifted on, a floating monument to neglect, a ghostly remnant of a bygone era, floating toward the void. Fear grew among maritime authorities over the potential danger she posed, a massive unmanned ship floating perilously close to busy shipping routes, a ticking hazard ready to cause accident or disaster. To make matters more perplexing, rumors and theories swirled about what might have become of any crew still aboard during her final days. Some speculated that the tugboat personnel left the Lyubov Orlova hastily, fearing mechanical failure or even sabotage. Others whispered dark tales, stories hinting at sabotage, illegal cargo, or even paranormal influence that kept the ship wandering beyond its lifespan. Investigations into satellite images and radar pings tracked pieces of the ship's slow, unpredictable path. Sometimes she appeared to be stuck in eddy currents off the Grand Banks, swept alongside fishing fleets or near remote islands legendary for seafarers' superstitions. At other times she vanished beneath the waves, only to re-emerge as if catapulted back to the surface, casting long broken shadows that chilled onlookers' imaginations. What made the story unbearable in its tragedy was the ship's eerie condition when eventually located by rescue and salvage teams. Below the waterline, her hull was holed in places, the superstructure weakened, decks flooded by storms, and interiors ruined by salt and time. But within her empty cabins, no evidence of recent human presence was ever found, only the omnipresent signs of dereliction and decay. Marine biologists who studied the ship's impact noted an unusual micro-ecosystem forming on and around her hull, barnacles, algae, and fish seeking shelter in the labyrinthine corridors of the once grand vessel. The Lyubov Orlova had become part of the ocean's living fabric, a spectral reef teeming with silent life amid the cold Atlantic waters. As years passed, the ship's ghostly wanderings continued to inspire awe and anxiety. Sailors dreaded crossing her path for fear of collision, while ghost ship enthusiasts and mystery hunters traded tales of her spectral appearances in fog-swathed mornings, often accompanied by reports of strange electromagnetic disturbances and unexplained compass malfunctions aboard nearby vessels. Delving deeper, some maritime psychologists speculated on the collective human fascination with derelict ships like the Lyubov Orlova. To many, she represented not just oblivion but symbolic loss, the decay of ideals, the unstoppable march of time, and the sea's merciless capacity to erase human ambition. Her lonely drift echoed primal fears of isolation, abandonment, and the unknown depths that mirror our innermost uncertainties. Finally, in late 2013, after years drifting without guidance, the Lyubov Orlova vanished from transponder screens, swallowed by the Atlantic's vastness at unconfirmed coordinates, likely claiming her place among the forgotten shipwrecks resting beneath the waves. Whether she broke apart silently in stormy seas, was carried beneath tumultuous waters, or settled gently on the ocean floor remains unknown. The tale of the MV Lyubov Orlova is a haunting chapter in maritime history, a story of transformation from human creation to ghostly wanderer, of abandonment and the ocean's indifference, of silence that speaks louder than any distress call. She drifts now only in memory and legend, a silent testament to the ocean's power to claim all things, and to the sea's haunting promise that nothing escapes its embrace forever, not even the pride of a nation or a vessel once named for a shining star in Soviet culture. As the cold Atlantic currents swirl endlessly past forgotten shoals, the spirit of the Lyubov Orlova lingers like a melancholic sigh on the wind, a ghost ship whose mysterious silent voyage reminds us that at sea, some endings are whispered rather than shouted, and some vessels sail forever, lost between waves and time. Part 19. The silent voyage of the SS Kamloops, far across the cold, restless expanse of Lake Superior, where the northern winds carry whispers of untold tales and the waves often rise with a relentless fury, drifts the haunting story of the SS Kamloops, a Great Lakes freighter whose final journey has wrapped itself in mystery, sorrow, and quiet legends that persist even decades after her disappearance. Unlike ocean-going vessels swallowed by the vast seas, the Kamloops vanished in the freshwater depths of an inland sea, where the wilderness looms large and man's reach often falters before nature's indomitable will. The Kamloops was a sturdy package freight and passenger vessel, launched in 1924 and operated by the Canada Steamship Lines. She was designed with the purpose of ferrying goods and travelers through the sometimes unforgiving conditions of the Great Lakes, enormous bodies of water that combine the unpredictability of the sea with the sharp bite of northern winters. At 250 feet in length, the Kamloops was smaller than the ocean giants, but no less vital to supply chains and communities dotting the lakeshore, carrying cargoes ranging from grain and coal to automobiles and mixed freight. Her final voyage began in early November of 1927, departing from Fort William, now part of Thunder Bay, Ontario, her holds filled with steel rails, boxes, and general merchandise, destined for Port Arthur and other ports along Lake Superior's southern shoreline. The crew numbered 22 men, seasoned sailors and workers familiar with the lake's moods, but sometimes humbled by its sudden tempests. For weeks the Kamloops sailed faithfully, threading her way through the narrow channels and open waters, braving the growing cold that foreshadowed the harsh winter months. But as November deepened, Lake Superior turned fierce. Storms whipped out of nowhere, churning the tranquil lake into a wild grey expanse. Winds howled Arctic cold, waves crashed like thunder against hulls and shorelines alike. It was during one such untamed night, in mid-November, that the Kamloops sent her last known communication, a terse, hurried message reporting severe weather and shifting course to avoid the worst of the storm's wrath. Then the cold silence swallowed her words. No further transmissions, no distress calls, no reported sightings. Search parties were swiftly organized, but the vastness of Lake Superior's open water and the obscuring mists hampered efforts. The lake's temperature plunged rapidly, and waves continued their assault. Days turned to weeks, and hope faded. The Kamloops was declared overdue, presumed lost with all hands. Yet, in an age before modern radar and satellite tracking, the precise location of her sinking was a cruel enigma. It wasn't until the summer months of 1928, when the lake's icy grip loosened and underwater visibility improved, that divers discovered the wreck, resting in about 150 feet of water near Isle Royale, a remote island sanctuary known for its rugged beauty and silence. The Kamloops lay mostly intact, her bow embedded in the sand, her wooden decks collapsing softly under the pressure of over 30 feet of water. Examination of the site revealed no obvious signs of collision or explosion, and the exact cause of the disaster remained elusive. What made the Kamloops tale all the more spectral were the stories whispered by seafarers and locals soon after the discovery. Fishermen in the area spoke of hearing faint tapping, like a Morse code message carried by the wind on misty mornings. Others claimed to see ghostly lights flickering on the surface, glowing without source and vanishing as soon as a boat approached. Some recounted distant echoes of bell chimes or muted voices when passing near the wreck's coordinates, as if the ship's crew still sent messages from beyond. These tales fed into a rich tradition of Great Lakes maritime folklore, where the boundary between life and loss often blurs beneath the fog and spray. Native Ojibwe legends speak of water spirits that guard the lakes, sometimes guiding lost souls, other times warning travelers away from danger. The Kamloops became entwined with these narratives, a modern tragedy woven into a tapestry as old as the lake itself. Scholars and marine investigators have combed through historical weather records seeking clues. November 1927 was marked by intense cyclonic storms sweeping through the region, with gusts surpassing hurricane force and wave heights stretching up to 40 feet, enough to wrench steel ships from their courses and tear at their timbers. Some proposed that the Kamloops, though sturdy, was overwhelmed by this relentless assault, succumbing to flooding or structural failure as the lake heaved and rolled. Others have speculated about hidden navigational hazards, submerged reefs and sandbars near Isle Royale that in storm conditions could become deadly traps. There is no conclusive proof that the ship struck such an obstacle, but the possibility remains. Compounding this are theories of sudden cargo shifts. Steel rails and heavy freight, if not properly secured amid violent motion, could have unbalanced the vessel, sending her into fatal rolls. Yet no definitive cause was ever found, and the mystery only deepened over time, enshrining the Kamloops as a classic ghost ship of the Great Lakes. Her disappearance remains one of the many grueling reminders that these inland seas demand respect equal to any ocean. Within maritime circles, the Kamloops is celebrated with solemn remembrance, memorial plaques, ceremonies honoring the lost crew, and tales passed down through captains and families, assuring that their story is not forgotten beneath the waves. Isle Royale itself has become a pilgrimage site for divers and historians, drawn to the cold depths that shelter the silent sentinel. The sea, though here, a vast freshwater lake, still holds its secrets tightly. The Kamloops wreck is protected today as an underwater cultural heritage site, preventing salvage or disturbance. Visitors are encouraged to treat her final resting place with reverence, allowing her the peace denied in her last furious hours. In the quiet moments before sleep, when the wind carries the soft pulse of waves against lakeshore rocks and the water gleams silver beneath a moonlit sky, the ghost of the Kamloops seems to stir, a reminder of lives woven into the fabric of the lake, of journeys begun and never completed, and the oceans, or in this case, the lakes, eternal watch over its children lost to time and tempest. And so, beneath the dark waters of Lake Superior, the SS Kamloops remains, a haunting echo, a still vessel cradled by cold waves, silently telling her story to the depths, inviting reflection on the fragile dance between human endeavor and the ceaseless power of the watery wilderness. Part 20. The vanishing of the SS Waratah's sister ship, the SS Deloraine. Far from the well-traveled maritime corridors lies a tale seldom spoken of, but equally haunting as its more famous sibling, the mysterious disappearance of the SS Deloraine. A sister ship to the ill-fated SS Waratah, the Deloraine's story unfolds along the rugged Australian coasts in the early 20th century, shrouded in baffling silence and a lingering atmosphere of unanswered questions that continue to ripple across the southern seas. Built in 1906, the Deloraine was a steel passenger and cargo vessel operated primarily along routes connecting Australia's eastern ports, ferrying people and goods between bustling cities such as Sydney and Brisbane and the quieter coastal outposts nestled against the vast Pacific. Slightly smaller than the Waratah, but of similar design and engineering pedigree, she was known for sturdy construction and reliable service during an era when the Australian maritime network was expanding rapidly alongside the nation's growth. Her final voyage began on a warm autumn day in May 1910. The Deloraine departed from Newcastle, New South Wales, loaded with coal destined for overseas trade, along with a complement of 60 crew and a handful of passengers. The weather was marked by a clear, soft breeze and an endless stretch of blue sky, promising a typical passage along the eastern seaboard. Port authorities and shipping companies monitored the vessel's progress with routine interest. Nothing appeared amiss. Yet, as the Deloraine pushed further north, reports grew sparse. Days passed with no radio messages, a peculiarity, though not yet alarming, given the period's limited communications infrastructure. When the ship failed to appear at its scheduled arrival point in Brisbane, authorities raised alarms, sparking a search across hundreds of nautical miles of coastal ocean and nearby islands. Despite the deployment of search vessels, scouring currents and reefs alike, the Deloraine was nowhere to be found. No wreckage washed ashore, no floating debris field emerged, and most unnervingly, no distress signals or messages had ever been received. It was as though the ship had simply vanished from the face of the sea. Maritime historians and investigators dug into records, service logs, weather reports, and witness accounts from nearby vessels operating in the area during that time. The ocean conditions were noted as relatively calm, with no exceptional storms or unusual tides recorded, a stark contrast to many other disappearances attributed to tempestuous weather. This added a layer of perplexity to the mystery. The Deloraine's last known position was reportedly near the treacherous waters off Cape Morton, a region notorious for hidden reefs and unpredictable currents that have claimed many a ship over the decades. Some speculated that she struck a submerged reef or sandbank and sank rapidly, her hull breached too quickly for a warning to be sent or lifeboats launched. Yet no confirmed wreckage was ever found in these waters, and subsequent searches, including efforts as recent as the late 20th century, with improved sonar technology, yielded no definitive traces. Adding to the enigma were rumors arising from coastal communities. Fishermen and lighthouse keepers along the Queensland coast recounted strange sightings around the time the Deloraine disappeared. Glimmers of lights off the shore when no ships were expected, distant disembodied whistles cutting through the quiet night, and the sound of rhythmic pounding, like engine thumps or hammer blows, reverberating faintly over the waves, but never explained. Local Aboriginal lore offers a poetic yet haunting perspective on the disappearance. Indigenous custodians of the land near Cape Morton spoke of spirits known as Bunari, ancient guardians of the sea, that could shroud ships from mortal sight when offended, or to protect sacred marine grounds. Some elders claimed that the Deloraine's disappearance was intertwined with these timeless oceanic forces, a tale passed quietly to warning generations about the respect owed to the depths. Among maritime scholars, theories flourished. Some proposed mechanical failure. The Deloraine's coal-fired boilers could have suffered sudden catastrophic breakdowns, crippling the ship and leaving her adrift until engulfed by the rising tide. Others considered a possible hull breach caused by cargo shifts during rough sections of the journey, causing an unseen leak to flood the lower decks before the crew could react. More speculative hypotheses proposed deliberate scuttling or clandestine sabotage, though no political or economic motive ever gained credible support. The era was marked by labor disputes among coal miners and shipping unions. Some whispered that industrial tensions might have spilled over into sabotage, but no evidence ever substantiated these dark conjectures. Complicating the record were discrepancies in passenger manifests and crew lists, some of which were lost or poorly kept in port offices ravaged by fire and flood after the disappearance. This lack of documentation hindered early investigations and fueled rumors of secret passengers or cargo aboard, a whispered possibility that smugglers or covert agents might have used the vessel for shadowed purposes that met a poisonous end. The mystery of the SS Deloraine remains a maritime riddle, cloaked in shadows and silenced by waves. It was a ship cut from the fabric of early 21st century maritime commerce in Australia, yet her final journey diverges into the realm of legend, where facts and folklore intertwine like driftwood in the ocean's relentless currents. In recent years, interest in the Deloraine has been rekindled by underwater archaeology projects and historical societies dedicated to preserving Australia's maritime heritage. Though no concrete findings have surfaced to solve the disappearance, the story invites reflection on the limits of human knowledge and control in the face of nature's vastness. The Deloraine's tale teaches a quiet lesson that the sea holds many secrets, not merely through violent storms or crashing waves, but often through silence, absence, and the gentle erasure of presence, the slow fade into myth as ships drift beyond sight and mind. Their stories left to the tides and time. And so the ghost of the SS Deloraine swims through the memory of Australia's coastlines, an echoing silence beneath the southern stars, a ship forever sailing the boundary between history and legend, where some mysteries will always remain just beyond the horizon. Part 21. The silent return of the MV Teignmouth Electron. Far off the storm-lashed coasts of Ireland and the rugged shores that cradle the Atlantic, drifts a mystery both haunting and whispered among sailors, the tale of the MV Teignmouth Electron, an enigmatic vessel whose final voyage became a spectral monument to oceanic solitude and the inescapable grip of the sea's vast, relentless embrace. Launched in 1974, the Teignmouth Electron was a sleek monohull yacht designed expressly for one man's audacious dream to sail the world alone, unassisted, in a fierce competition known as the Whitbread Round-the-World Race. Her owner and captain, Donald Crowhurst, was a man driven by ambition as much as by desperate hope, a businessman with a keen mind but limited sailing prowess, who found himself cast into the unforgiving theater of the open ocean, armed with a fragile craft and a heart full of conflicting fears. The Electron was not a ship, but a solitary vessel, modest in size but equipped with the cutting-edge technology of the day, a fragile sanctuary against the Atlantic's wrath. Constructed with fiberglass and fitted with the latest navigational instruments, she was both modern marvel and vulnerable soul, designed to endure months at sea, braving storms, loneliness and the cruel whims of weather. The journey began in September 1968, as Crowhurst embarked from Southampton, England, setting sail with a crew of one on a voyage that would test mental limits as much as nautical skill. The race promised glory and fortune, yet what unfolded beneath the endless skies and salt-stung spray was a tragic narrative woven with hope, fear, deception, and the silent roar of the ocean. Early in the voyage, Crowhurst encountered mechanical problems and rough seas that hampered his progress. Complicated by psychological strain and an evolving sense of desperation, he made a fateful decision to conceal his difficulties, reporting false positions that painted a picture of circumnavigation faster than reality. His logs revealed a spiraling descent into isolation and hallucination as he drifted physically and mentally between truth and illusion. Weeks stretched into months, the Atlantic's blank vastness swallowing the Electron and its lone sailor. The yacht was last sighted weeks after Crowhurst's reported positions faltered. Then, as the world turned its eyes toward the race's progress and awaited news, the Electron's ghostly silhouette appeared, strangely intact, drifting miles off the Irish coast. When the Teignmouth Electron was finally recovered by a fishing vessel, it was as if time had frozen. The logs, written in fragmented entries, told a harrowing story of a man consumed by his struggle and the ocean's ceaseless envelopment. Crowhurst himself was nowhere to be found, mystery made manifest in an empty cabin filled only with the echoes of his last days. Within the yacht, small personal objects lay scattered, maps with fabricated routes charted across the seas, supplies barely touched, and the faint impression of someone caught between survival instinct and surrender. The silence that filled the boat was palpable, a void heavy with unanswered questions and whispered despair. The Electric's recovery sparked myriad theories. Was Donald Crowhurst lost to the sea by accident, drowning in an ill-fated attempt to right his course? Did he choose to end his voyage on his own terms, stepping quietly into the abyss to escape the crushing weight of failure? Or was his disappearance part of something more metaphysical, a man utterly claimed by the ocean's depths, becoming one with the spectral waters he so desperately sought to conquer? Maritime psychologists examined Crowhurst's logbooks and correspondences, concluding that prolonged isolation, combined with the unforgiving environment, induced a psychosis marked by confusion and fantasy as the boundaries between reality and imagination dissolved. Yet for many, the Electron was more than a vessel. It was a haunting symbol of human vulnerability, confronted with the vast indifferent sea. The yacht itself, preserved for decades after its recovery, became an eerie artifact of tragedy and ambition. Museum exhibitions chronicled the voyage, displaying the delicate balance between human resolve and the ocean's overwhelming might. The Electron's story became a somber lesson in perseverance, hubris, and the ocean's capacity to reflect internal storms as vividly as it does the tempests in the sky. Sailors who navigate the Atlantic whisper of passing the place where the Teignmouth Electron was found, a quiet stretch of water near the Irish coast, where fog often gathers in thick curling curtains. On still nights, some claim to see a distant light bobbing on the waves, a ghostly glow that dances with the tide. Others speak of hearing faint cries mingled with the wind, the restless voice of a man forever tethered to the sea, drifting between worlds. The legacy of the Teignmouth electron endures as a profound meditation on solitude and the ocean's monumental silence, a reminder that beneath every voyage lie hidden depths, and that sometimes the greatest journeys are those inward, navigating the vast and stormy seas of the human soul. And so, the Teignmouth electron remains a shadow upon the Atlantic's face, an echo of courage and quiet despair, a small vessel lost not to the crashing waves, but to the silence that follows when a lone sailor's dreams dissolve beneath the horizon's endless line. Part 22. The Vanishing of the SS Biamo, a Caribbean ghost ship mystery. In the turquoise embrace of the Caribbean Sea, where sun-dappled waves gently lap against coral reefs and palm-fringed islands, shine like scattered jewels beneath endless blue skies, there drifts a tale as beguiling and haunting as the ocean itself, the baffling disappearance of the SS Biamo, a once proud vessel navigating the lively maritime routes between ports scattered across the Caribbean archipelago. The Biamo's fate continues to ripple through whispered accounts, folklore, and maritime lore, leaving behind a fog of mystery thicker than the island mists that roll in with the dusk. The Biamo was not a titan of steel or a luxury liner of grandeur. She was a modest steel-hulled cargo and passenger steamer, built in the early 20th century, serving the commerce and communities dotting the Caribbean Sea. Her design was practical and sturdy, built for the tropical climate, outfitted to haul everything from bales of sugar and barrels of rum to passengers eager to cross the sparkling waters from Havana to Kingston, Porto, Spain to San Juan. Carrying the lifeblood of island economies and cultures, she glided through turquoise waters with grace, a familiar and trusted presence on a sea known equally for its dazzling beauty and the sudden caprice of nature. The Biamo's story begins in the summer of 1929, a season that opened amid trade winds sweet with salt and promise. The vessel had just departed from the bustling port of Havana on a routine voyage destined for Kingston, Jamaica, carrying a full complement of cargo alongside passengers. Among those aboard were merchants, sugar planters, families visiting relatives, and sailors who knew the Caribbean's every secret wave. The Biamo, under the command of Captain Alejandro Espinosa, was regarded as dependable, a ship with a solid reputation and a crew well acquainted with the sea's fickle temperament. The voyage started under cloudless skies, with only the whisper of a breeze to accompany her wake. Days into the journey, as the ship sailed past the shifting shoals near the northern coast of Cuba and headed into the open sea, routine radio messages were exchanged with coastal stations. The ship's log reported calm seas, favorable currents, and clear navigation, with no indication of impending trouble. Captain Espinosa's final recorded note spoke quietly of the majesty of the Caribbean sunset, a breath of tranquility masking what would become an enduring enigma. But then, as the Biamo rounded the southern tip of Cuba and ventured deeper into the Caribbean's vast oceanic heart, contact was abruptly severed. Coastal radio stations waited expectantly for updates that never came, and soon, the vessel was declared overdue, vanished without a trace in waters, no stranger to tempest or piracy, but unaccustomed to such silent departures. The search that followed spanned the shimmering seas from Cuba through the Windward Passage and down to the shores of Jamaica and the Dominican Republic. Naval patrols, merchant vessels, and local fishermen scoured the waves, combing rocky coves, sunken reefs, and the bathymetric contours shaped by centuries of wind and tide. Yet no wreckage was spotted, no floating debris fields found, and no survivors or bodies ever washed ashore to hint at the Biamo's fate. Intrigue deepened with reports from passing vessels and coastal observers. Fishermen tell of eerie sightings near the Mona Passage, one of the Caribbean's most treacherous channels, of a ghostly ship whose hull gleamed like moonlight on water, sails unfurled though no wind stirred, and decks observed empty but alive with the faint creak of shifting rigging. Mariners spoke in hushed tones of strange fog patches where navigation instruments failed, compasses spun uncontrollably, and radios filled with static punctuated by indecipherable echoes. The Biamo's disappearance invited a swirl of theories, each blending strands of maritime fact with the rich tapestry of Caribbean superstition and lore. Many suggested a sudden and violent tropical storm, perhaps a hurricane spawned unexpectedly, had overwhelmed the ship, driving her beneath the waves in moments too swift for distress signals. Yet meteorological archives showed no confirmed tropical cyclone passing through that region during those critical days, raising doubts about storm as the culprit. Others speculated about human factors, piracy, mutiny, or mechanical catastrophe. While piracy lingered as a persistent shadow in the Caribbean's history, few believed that such an attack would leave no survivors, messages, or ransom demands. Mutiny theories posited internal conflicts aboard, possibly fueled by cargo disputes or political unrest fomenting in the islands during a turbulent era, but investigations yielded no corroborative evidence. The whispering winds of local legends carried darker, supernatural possibilities. The Bayamo, christened with a name evoking the spirit of rebellion harkening back to Cuba's Bayamo City, was said by some to be cursed, a vessel doomed by the blood of past conflicts, or ensnared by the wrath of sea deities, displeased with human trespass. Tales spoke of underwater spirits guarding sacred coral reefs, punishing those who dared cross forbidden territories, and of phantom figures seen drifting alongside ships in the dead of night, their silent warnings chilling even the most resolute sailors. Scientific perspectives offered alternative hypotheses. Some oceanographers proposed that the Bayamo fell victim to the Caribbean's complex undercurrents, particularly the powerful Gulf Stream's tumultuous eddies, that could rapidly carry a disabled vessel far from her intended course and obscure her final resting place beneath depths difficult to explore with 1920s technology. The rivers of warm water and shifting thermoclines in these seas could interfere with radio transmissions, explaining the sudden loss of contact. More modern retrospectives ventured into theories of underwater seismic activity or sudden gas releases within the Caribbean basin that might have destabilized the ship. Volcanic vents dot the region's seabed, and methane hydrate eruptions, rare but devastating, could create large buoyancy-altering bubbles that might destabilize a vessel or create waves of terrible force, all without leaving debris in typical forms. Unsurprisingly, the Bayamo's vanishing became fertile soil for storytellers and poets. Caribbean music, infused with the mysticism of the sea, remembers the ship sometimes as an allegory for the fragility of life and the unyielding power of nature. Songs haunting and lilting, told in drums and voices beneath the stars. Island tavern tales recount nights when the waters near Mona Island glow spectral blue, and sailors swear they hear the Bayamo's bell toll faintly, calling sailors to safety or into the depths. Decades later, the mystery of the Bayamo remains unsolved. A vessel swallowed by the shimmering Caribbean, her story a timeless dance between myth and reality. Her disappearance epitomizes the fragile dance between humanity and the sea, where progress meets uncertainty, and the vast turquoise expanse holds secrets as deep as the ocean floor. For those who sail the Caribbean today, navigating its labyrinthine passages and weaving between islands alive with history and legend, the Bayamo's ghost serves as both caution and companion. A silent sentinel beneath tropical sun and moonlit night, her story invites reflection on the sea's eternal enigma, the unknown that stretches beyond horizon and time. And so, the Bayamo drifts forever in the collective memory of the Caribbean, a ghost ship neither lost nor found, forever riding the sunlit waves and shadowed depths, whispering its secrets to those who listen with the heart of a sailor and the soul of a dreamer. Part 23. The phantom cargo of the SS Mantola. Beneath the shifting mists of the North Atlantic, where cold winds carve invisible paths across restless waters, drifts a tale both tangible and spectral, a maritime enigma that entwines the physical and the ethereal with the unyielding force of the sea. This is the story of the SS Mantola, a British merchant steamer whose fate has woven itself into the fabric of oceanic mystery, whispered in fog-bound harbors and twilight pubs from London to Boston. It is a story of disappearance, chemical secrets, and an unseen legacy that still ripples beneath the waves. Launched in the early years of the 20th century, the Mantola was no grand passenger liner, but a sturdy, reliable cargo vessel, born from the bustling shipyards of the United Kingdom. Her steel frame was crafted to brave the often treacherous Atlantic crossings between Britain and North America, a vital link for trade, for commodities, for connections between continents. Throughout her years of service, the Mantola earned a reputation as a stalwart, not glamorous, but dependable, a silent workhorse amidst the ceaseless fleet. In August of 1917, amidst the shadowed backdrop of the First World War, the Mantola set sail from London's crowded docks, bound for the bustling ports of New York. Her hold was laden with a curious and hazardous cargo, machinery parts and steel for war efforts mingled with large quantities of benzol, a volatile chemical used in munitions manufacturing. It was a perilous load, one that demanded care and constant vigilance, especially in a time when the seas teemed under the threat of enemy submarines. The crew numbered fewer than 60, a blend of seasoned sailors and eager apprentices, each aware of the dangers not only of the sea, but of being a target in these war-ravaged waters. Conditions on board were tough, the ever-present risk of U-boat attacks, strict rationing and grueling hours battling fog and storm clouds. Yet, hope and resolve steeled the minds of those aboard as the Mantola embarked upon her journey towards the promise across the ocean. The early days passed with little incident, the ship slicing steadily through the chilly waves. But as the convoy advanced into the vastness beyond the British Isles, fate took a cruel and enigmatic turn. The Mantola vanished, not in a violent explosion or a sinking in fierce battle, but rather slipping from all contact like a ghost unmoored. The convoy pressed onward, but when the Mantola failed to reappear, alarms echoed in distant ports. Investigations followed, searches were mounted across ocean lanes, naval patrols scoured stray wreckage, submarine threats were reassessed, but no definitive trace of the Mantola emerged. No debris fields, no floating cargo, no lifeboats found adrift in the swirl of war-wrecked waters. Years later, years long beyond wartime urgency, underwater expeditions, using innovative sonar and diving technology, sought answers beneath the Atlantic's dark blanket. Yet the mystery persisted. The Mantola's exact resting place remained elusive, concealed in the cold shadows where light barely penetrates. Beyond the ship's disappearance itself, what has fueled the Mantola's enduring legend is the strange aftermath whispered in seafaring circles and scientific corridors alike. Divers who ventured near the supposed area of loss recounted unsettling experiences. Reports emerged of unusual chemical residues affecting equipment, strange odors reminiscent of the onboard cargo, sharp, acrid, lingering, seeping into protective suits and air supplies. Some swore of inexplicable electrical malfunctions, compasses spinning off kilter, radios crackling with phantom static that could not be dismissed. Even stranger were the tales of ghostly apparitions glimpsed close to the water, figures cloaked in oilskins wandering silent decks not seen since the ship sank, shadows cast against shifting reefs, the faint scent of smoke and burnt chemicals riding the ocean breeze. Fishermen spoke of hearing muffled shouting, urgent orders cut short, and the distant clang of a bell tolling through thick fog, a sound no living soul could account for. Scientists proposed theories grounded in the wartime cargo's volatile nature. Benzol, highly flammable and toxic, may have contributed to the Mantola's disappearance in ways beyond a mere explosion. Some suggested a slow chemical reaction had occurred, causing onboard fires unpublished and unregistered, smoldering beneath the sea's surface, rendering the wreck unstable and difficult to detect by conventional means. Others posited the chemical cargo could interfere with sonar signals, cloaking the Pacific depths like a spectral veil. Locals in coastal towns bordering the North Atlantic whispered darker possibilities. The Mantola was cursed, they said, a doomed vessel bearing the wrath of silent, unseen forces stirred by man's tampering with nature's volatile elements. The ship carried more than cargo. It bore a burden of fateful secrets that refused to rest, linking her fate to strange storms and unexplained electrical failures in naval convoys traveling the same routes years later. Maritime historians fascinated by wartime mysteries note that the Mantola's disappearance embodies the perils of a sea stretched thin by war, a theater scarred not only by enemy fire, but by the very cargo crucial to conflict. The ship represents the blurred line between destruction wrought by human hands and the ocean's mute reclamation. Even the name Mantola now evokes a whispered legend, a spectral emblem of vanished ships bearing dangerous loads swallowed quietly beneath waves that have neither mercy nor memory. In quiet moments on a fog-laden night, among the nations bordering the Atlantic, sailors still share the story of the Mantola. They speak of a vessel forever lost in a chemical haze, a ghost ship drifting silently beneath swell and silence. They tell of how the sea sometimes exhales a bitter tang on the wind, a scent of benzol carried from the depths, and with it a haunting reminder that not all losses roar with thunder. Some disappear as whispers, as shadows beneath the restless surface. And so the Mantola drifts in memory and myth, a spectral voyage through time and tide, a caution etched in salt and steel, forever navigating the cold, secret waters where the ocean guards its mysteries, and where human echoes fade into the endless dark. The sea claims her stories boldly, but some are softer, more elusive, the quiet fade that cloaks the Mantola, forever haunting the Atlantic's indigo vastness. Part 24. The haunting mystery of the SS Manticore. Deep within the shadow-laden corridors of maritime lore lies the haunting tale of the SS Manticore, a cargo steamer whose final voyage draped the North Atlantic in an unyielding cloak of enigma. Unlike many ships forgotten by time, the Manticore's disappearance has rippled through generations, spoken of in hushed tones as a spectral testament to the ocean's merciless embrace and the fragile impermanence of human endeavor. The Manticore was a sturdy British merchant steamer, built in the early 1920s at a shipyard on the Tyne, embarking on a life forged amidst the steel and steam of the interwar years. She was crafted to ferry goods vital to commerce, coal, textiles, machinery parts, across the often tempestuous Atlantic passage between Northern Europe and the Americas. Under the careful stewardship of her captains, the Manticore earned a reputation for reliability and endurance, cutting through storm and calm alike. In August of 1928, the Manticore loaded a particularly heavy cargo at Liverpool, a blend of industrial supplies, including a significant consignment of high-grade steel coils bound for ports in Canada. Weather reports indicated a clear and moderate forecast, promising a routine crossing for the 60-strong crew and freight. With steady engines and sails furled, she slipped out into the grey waters with a steady promise of arrival. Days passed as the ship made her way westward, radio transmissions punctuating the routine nights with updates on position and conditions. All normal, all steady. The crew maintained their schedules, engines hummed steadily, the deck buzzed with the low murmur of seafaring life. But on the fifth night after departure, somewhere in the vast expanse of the mid-Atlantic, contact abruptly ceased. The Manticore vanished. Search efforts were initiated swiftly. Naval vessels, merchant marine ships, and small patrol boats scoured kilometer upon kilometer of swelling sea. Spotlights glimmered against crashing waves, engines roared in hope and desperation. Yet, no trace of the Manticore emerged. No lifeboats bobbed on the ocean's restless surface. No debris carried by currents to the nearest shores. No calls for help. No SOS signals. Only silence. Over the following weeks, fragmented reports and rumors trickled in from isolated vessels and fishing fleets scattered across the Atlantic's expanse. Some spoke of strange lights flashing far on the horizon, otherworldly glimmers that vanished when chased. Mariners told of hearing distant, echoing bell tolls riding the wind in the darkest watches of the night, carrying a sadness that seemed almost human. Sightings were few and unconfirmed, yet persistent, knitting a spectral presence into the fabric of oceanic myth. Analyses of the data available from the era provide little clarity. The Atlantic, known for both fury and deceptive tranquility, offered no concrete clue. No storm strong enough to dash the Manticore, no icebergs sighted along her route, nor evidence of piracy or warfare. The timing, so close to the calm of late summer, defied the brutal whims of gales or treacherous seas too sudden to send a distress signal. One peculiar and haunting theory speculates involvement of a rogue wave, massive solitary walls of water capable of sweeping entire ships into the abyss without warning. Historical sailors' journals spoke of such towering waves rising like moving cliffs, swallowing vessels whole and leaving behind naught but empty silence. Could the Manticore have been a victim, caught in a watery leap too sudden and devastating to signal its doom? Others propose mechanical failure of a catastrophic nature. The excessive weight of the steel cargo may have stressed the ship's structure beyond tolerances, particularly if storms had stirred beneath the surface and destabilized the fragile balance of load and trim. A breach below the waterline due to unseen corrosion or collision with submerged hazards could have sunk the Manticore swiftly, granting no time for escape or radio. Local folklore offers a more spectral interpretation. In coastal villages along the Irish Sea and the rugged shores of Newfoundland, older sailors spin tales that the Manticore sailed directly into the Devil's Currents, a fabled region of the North Atlantic where waters twist with magnetic anomalies and spirits of lost sailors abound. Here, compasses spin erratically, radios fail unpredictably, and ships are said to be plunged into a liminal state, seen by some, vanished to others, caught between time and tide. This liminality feeds the most chilling element of the Manticore's story, that she neither rests in some final watery grave nor returned to port, but lingers endlessly in an oceanic purgatory. Maritime witnesses recount ships' officers sensing strange presences on board their own vessels after passing near rumored coordinates, unseen hands steering, icy drafts in closed rooms, fleeting glimpses of shadowed figures glimpsed where no one should be. The Manticore in this vision is not lost but transformed, an eternal wanderer forever adrift on a restless sea. Decades later, dedicated underwater archaeology expeditions equipped with the latest sonar and remotely operated vehicles swept the vast stretches of ocean once haunting the Manticore's route. While some wreckage fields have been identified, the graves of countless lost ships, no identifiable sign of the Manticore's remains has been found. The ocean floor in this region is rugged and deep, complicated by shifting sediments and strong currents, perhaps hiding fragments beneath miles of silt and rock. Yet the absence of wreckage has become part of the Manticore's enduring mystique. Unlike many more concrete shipwrecks whose ruins provide closure, hers is a ghost story told through absence, a silence in the great aquatic cathedral of the Atlantic. Her legend extols the sea's vastness and inscrutability, a reminder that even in the modern world, some mysteries resist answering. The tale of the Manticore is shared not only in solemn maritime circles but also in cozy coastal inns where aged mariners over chipped mugs of tea or dark rum remember the ship as a symbol of the ocean's vastness, its power washed in cold salt and haunted by stories of those forever lost beyond the horizon. It is a tale that drifts softly through time, waiting for the curious and the contemplative, those willing to listen to the sea's whispers beneath the roar of waves. And so, long after steel and steam failed, after voices faded from radio static and decks fell silent beneath the rolling swells, the SS Manticore remains an eternal phantom of the deep, a quiet beckoning to those who sail the North Atlantic to heed the soft and persistent call of the sea's unknowable heart. Part 25. The eternal drift of the SS Moi, a forgotten guardian of the inland seas, nestled softly amidst the tranquil waters of British Columbia's Cotonnet Lake, lies a vessel whose very name whispers echoes of a bygone era, the SS Moi. Unlike the ocean-going giant swallowed by the sea's embrace, the Moi was a stern wheeler paddle steamer tirelessly ferrying people and goods across the long, slender inland lake for more than half a century. Yet beneath her cheerful whistle and billowing smoke, there lingers a quiet mystery, a story etched not in tragedy but in the haunting persistence of memory, silence, and the ceaseless passage of time. The Moi was launched in 1898, a time when Canada's vast inland waterways were arteries of commerce and community, carving through rugged landscapes where railroads had barely stitched the land together. She was a vessel of sturdy construction and modest grandeur, bearing 2 decks, cabins that welcomed travelers, and powered by a mighty steam engine that pushed her paddle wheel through waters bordered by mountains and forests. Her voyage wasn't across salty tides, but mirrored the rhythm of the lake's gentle waves, serving as the lifeline connecting small towns dotting the shoreline. For 57 years, decades longer than many similar steamers, the Moi navigated the waters of Kootenay Lake, meeting ferrymen, settlers, miners, farmers, and adventurers. She was witness to stories of families beginning anew, the drastic shifts of economic tides, and the slow retreat of steamboat travel ushered out by rail and road. Her decks resonated with laughter, the clinking of teacups, and the quiet murmurs of whispered dreams beneath the star-filled sky. Yet when her final voyage ended in 1957, the Moi wasn't claimed by storm or accident. Instead, it was the inexorable flow of progress, changing times, new transportation technology, and shifting priorities that rendered her obsolete. Retired and moored, her engines growled no more, and her paddle wheel ceased churning the lake's mirror. Still, the Moi's story refused to vanish entirely. Locals preserved her as a museum ship, a tangible bridge between the past and present, housed in a nearby park where children's laughter still mingles with old steam whistles preserved in history. But beneath the surface of memory, the Moi's silence holds its own haunting quality, a quiet reminder of lost eras and the silent transformation of the waterways themselves. There are whispers among those who know the lake well. On mist-laden mornings when the water lies glassy and undisturbed, some have told of hearing the faint echo of a paddle wheel, a gentle churning emerging from the depths, as if the Moi has set forth once more on her eternal voyage, gliding across curled mists and drifting shadows. Fishermen tell of strange lights shimmering over the water's edge, flickering with an otherworldly glow like lanterns from a bygone time, beckoning souls to a vanished age. More peculiar still are tales from sailors who pass close to the Moi's berth after dusk. Radio static sometimes fills the airwaves unexpectedly, broken only by the distant mournful whistle of a steamer's call, too faint, too haunting to be anything but a ghostly echo. Some claim to glimpse shadowy figures on the decks, passengers dressed in turn-of-the-century attire, silhouetted against the fading light, motionless but undeniably present. Elderly residents talk of sensations felt when walking near the vessel, sudden chills, footsteps following where none should be, and the scent of coal smoke wafting in breezes that carry no fire. Historians and nautical enthusiasts have long debated the nature of such experiences. Are they mere artifacts of the mind, memories interwoven with longing and nostalgia, or does the Moi carry with her an imprint, an indelible energy left by the countless lives intertwined with her wooden hull and iron heart? Some suggest that the vessel, much like the waters she sailed, has become a threshold, a space where history and the present blur, touched by specters of human endeavor and the enigmatic continuity of place. The Moi's enduring charm lies not in spectacular disaster or oceanic mystery, but in the profound quietude of endurance, the way a ship can outlast storms, economic tides and cultural shifts to become a lingering symbol of passage and change. Her ghost is not a harbinger of doom, but a guardian of stories that would otherwise slip beneath the surface of fading memory. Local storytellers uphold the Moi as more than just a museum piece. She is a sentinel of the lake's soul, a silent witness to the rhythms of nature and human endeavor. Festivals on Kootenay Lake celebrate her legacy, weaving music, dance, and storytelling into the cool evenings, an homage to the vessel that once connected isolated worlds with her steady, unfaltering heartbeat. In quiet moments, those who dwell near the lake speak of sitting on the shore, gazing across the shimmering water as daylight retreats. And there, just at the edge of vision, when mist curls like gentle smoke and the night carries its soft breath, they sometimes imagine the SS Moi's paddle wheel turning anew, a gentle whisper upon the lake's surface, an invitation to remember that some journeys never truly end. The story of the SS Moi reminds us that maritime mysteries are not solely the domain of tragic loss and violent seas. Sometimes, they reside in the soft murmurs of time, the echo of steam whistles through the haze, and the lasting imprint ships leave not only on water but on the hearts and histories of those who watch over them. And so, the Moi drifts forever in gentle remembrance, a quiet ghost of the inland waters, a steadfast guardian of forgotten voyages, and a timeless echo of the human spirit, navigating the currents of change beneath tranquil skies. Part 26. The ghostly silence of the SS Bachimo's vanished sister ship, the SS Coronado. Far beyond the familiar shipping lanes and distant from the bustling ports of trade, there lies a maritime mystery wrapped in the endless white desolation of the Arctic's frozen frontier, a tale not only of survival and loss, but of a haunting silence that has echoed across icebound waters for nearly a century. This is the story of the SS Coronado, a steel cargo steamer whose fate became intertwined with the unforgiving polar ice and the quiet secrets of a sea that knows no mercy. Built in 1910, in a Scottish shipyard, the Coronado was designed to brave some of the world's harshest maritime environments. A stout and reliable vessel, she was commissioned initially for transatlantic cargo routes, but swiftly found her calling in the ice-draped corridors of the far north. For decades, the Coronado plied between remote Arctic outposts and coastal hubs in Alaska and northern Canada, ferrying supplies vital to settlers, hunters, and the burgeoning mining industry. Her steel hull was reinforced against pounding ice, her engines stout, her crew seasoned by countless nights beneath the shimmering aurora borealis. The early 1920s marked a pivotal time for the Coronado. With the Arctic seen as a land of both peril and promise, the ship was tasked with transporting precious goods, furs, supplies, and mail, a across routes blanketed by ice floes and treacherous shifting currents. Year after year, she pressed north through labyrinths of frozen wilderness, charting courses that near ice sheets had claimed time and again. Yet, in the summer of 1923, an ominous chapter began. Leaving the port of Vancouver, the Coronado set forth with her holds laden, bound for the northern settlement of Nome, Alaska. The weather was deceptively fair, the skies painted a bright blue against the icy horizon, and the crew's spirits held as firm as the ship's keel. But the Arctic was playing a deeper game, one of patience and quiet design. By early July, as the Coronado advanced beyond familiar stops near the Bering Strait, conditions shifted. An unusually early freeze, more brutal than meteorological forecasts had anticipated, pushed through the region. Ice fastened itself to the waters in ever-thickening sheets, walls of frozen menace that crept swiftly and inexorably, hemming the Coronado into a frigid tomb. The captain, a pragmatic man named Edward Fraser, ordered careful maneuvering, attempting to find open channels through the ice. But the unforgiving cold compounded by fickle currents trapped the ship in a crushing embrace. Day slipped into night beneath a veil of polar twilight, the sun barely dipping below the horizon, yet never fully gone, a perpetual dusk that seemed to echo the ship's impending fate. As supplies dwindled and temperatures plunged, the crew endured weeks of isolation aboard their frozen prison. Though the icescape was vast and silent, life held on. Animals skittered across the frozen plains, and the spectral dance of the northern lights offered fleeting moments of radiant beauty against the bleakness. Yet, hope dimmed as rescue seemed a distant dream. By late August, after the Coronado's hull had weathered countless batterings, the captain faced an agonizing decision. The ship's engines faltered under strain, the bulkheads groaned under relentless pressure, and prolonged exposure to such extreme conditions threatened catastrophic failure. Faced with the grim prospect of doom, Fraser ordered the evacuation, first taking to lifeboats meant for emergencies, setting course toward known hunting camps, rumored to exist nearby. The evacuation itself was a perilous ballet of courage and despair. The icy waters were unforgiving, the frozen wind slicing through clothing and skin alike, yet remarkably, the entire crew survived the escape, trekking across dangerous terrain and eventually finding sanctuary among native Inuit communities, people who had moved silently with the land's rhythms for countless generations. Their knowledge of the landscape and fierce will to endure ensured rescue and survival. Left behind, the Coronado remained locked fast in the ice, a ghost ship stranded far from the realms of traffic and succor. Over the following months and years, she became an icy specter, sometimes glimpsed by fur traders, hunters and explorers threading cautiously through Arctic waters. Accounts describe her as a silent giant, her hull etched with ice, her decks swallowed by frost and snow, a frozen monument to endurance and tragic abandonment. Whispers spread of peculiar phenomena surrounding the wreck. Some spoke of strange illumination, bluish glows flickering beneath the ice, like ghostly lanterns hanging from invisible masts. Others recounted hearing creaks and groans, the ship's timbers adjusting to armor forged by cold, the sound amplified by the stillness of the Arctic night. Occasionally, auroral light seemed to crown the Coronado's silhouette with surreal halos, enhancing her ethereal visage. Maritime historians note that the Coronado's fate mirrored that of her more famous sister ship, the Bayshimo, which famously drifted for decades after abandonment. However, the Coronado's silence was perhaps even more profound. Despite numerous expeditions and interest from government agencies and explorers, she was never salvaged or recovered. Her resting place shifted with the thaw and freeze cycles, sometimes visible above the ice, sometimes submerged beneath shifting flows. Inuit legends wove the Coronado into their deep relationship with the frozen sea. Elders spoke of the ship as a spirit vessel, a reminder that the Arctic's harsh embrace was both nurturer and captor. Some suggested the Coronado was a guardian, watching over the frozen passages, a beacon to those who dared traverse the icy vastness. The ship's lingering presence was both a caution and a companion to the hardy northern peoples and travelers alike. Scientific inquiries into the Arctic's changing climate occasionally intersected with the Coronado's story. As glaciers and sea ice receded and shifted patterns altered, measurements revealed the delicate balance keeping such ghost ships locked in icy prisons was a fragile one. The Coronado's slow decay, her steel hull succumbing to centuries of corrosion, became a living testament to the environmental forces shaping the poles. The Coronado's ghostly drift, both physical and in memory, speaks to humanity's complex engagement with the extreme. Her story blends themes of technological ambition, human resilience, cultural intersection, and nature's indifferent power. She embodies the paradox of the Arctic, stark, beautiful, relentless, and unknowable. To this day, those who sail the Arctic's stretched horizons recall the Coronado's tale with reverence and awe. For the modern explorer equipped with technology unimaginable to Fraser and his crew, the ship represents a link, a spectral doorway into a past where every journey into the white unknown carried the risk of permanent silence or eternal drift. The legend of the SS Coronado gently reminds us that some ships are lost not only to time and tide, but to the stillness of frozen realms, where silence becomes the loudest voice of all. Her story invites us to listen closely, to the creak of ice, the whisper of winds, and to the profound quiet that holds secrets patiently, steadfastly beneath the shimmering northern skies. And so, the Coronado remains a ghost ship etched in ice and memory, adrift on frozen seas, where the boundary between presence and absence, between history and myth, melts beneath the endless glow of the Arctic night. Part 27. The haunting drift of the SS Oregonian. Far off the mist-laden coast of Nova Scotia, where the Atlantic Ocean knocks relentlessly upon jagged granite cliffs, and the cries of seabirds mingle with the crash of surf, drifts a maritime enigma steeped in silence and sorrow. The haunting mystery of the SS Oregonian. A once proud cargo steamer that traversed the world's oceans, the Oregonian's final voyage became a ghostly odyssey, one marked by unexplained vanishings, spectral sightings, and a lingering sense of loss that reverberates through maritime history like the fading echo of a foghorn in the night. Built in 1916, the Oregonian was a British cargo ship of substantial size, steel-hulled and powered by formidable engines, tasked with ferrying goods vital to the post-war recovery effort. For over 2 decades, she plied routes between the United Kingdom, North America, and the far reaches of the East Indies, a workhorse commanded by crews who braved everything from storm-racked coasts to tropical squalls. Her decks bore witness to countless lives intersecting across continents, a microcosm of an era when the sea was the highway of hope, commerce, and often calamity. The Oregonian's reputation was mixed. Though generally reliable, she bore scars from numerous close calls, a collision in foggy waters near the English Channel, a near grounding off the rocky shores of Newfoundland, and battles with fierce gales off Cape Farewell in Greenland. Her robust construction made her resilient, but some whispered unease among the crews, tales of inexplicable malfunctions and just-escaped dangers that seemed to follow her voyages. Her last documented journey began in the autumn of 1941, a time when the Second World War cloaked the Atlantic in danger. The Oregonian departed from the port of Liverpool, laden with a vital payload, steel, machinery parts and raw materials meant to bolster the Allied war effort. Her route was charted across treacherous waters patrolled by lurking U-boats, and the ship was part of a convoy designed to shield valuable cargo and lives. Her crew consisted of about 50 men, seasoned sailors, riggers, engineers and officers hardened by years on the rough seas. For days after sailing, transmissions confirmed her progress. Reports spoke of clear skies, steady speed, and the usual minor challenges of convoy navigation. But then, somewhere west of Ireland near the fog-wreathed Fastnet Rock Lighthouse, everything changed. The Oregonian's radio went unnervingly silent. Searches sprawled across the Irish Sea and the approaches to the Atlantic, but turned up no sign of the Oregonian. No distress calls, no wreckage, no survivors. It was as if the great vessel had slipped through the very fabric of the world itself. In the months following, sailors told hushed stories of strange appearances along her supposed route, a shadowy steel silhouette glimpsed in low fog, her funnels belching ghostly smoke that vanished before approach. Sometimes, near vessels conveying their own dangerous loads, whispers circulated of unexplained equipment failures, radios scrambled by unseen interference, compasses spinning wildly, and engines stalling without cause. Some crew members aboard convoy ships recounted fleeting glimpses of figures on the Oregonian's decks, silent shapes gliding in the mist, moving with unnatural grace, disappearing into the damp air. Maritime historians investigating the loss pieced together fragmentary clues. One theory suggested catastrophic mechanical failure, a boiler explosion, or structural failure during a storm so sudden it offered no time for distress. Others posited that the ship had been victim to a U-boat attack, a torpedo strike swift and silent. Yet, no known German submarine logs confirmed such a kill. No wreckage matching the Oregonian's profile was found by wartime sonar sweeps, and Royal Navy reports noted no debris or survivors typical of such an attack. Adding to the mystery were psychological factors, seamen under immense pressure, navigating the nightmarish chessboard of war-torn seas where paranoia and exhaustion blurred perception. Could the Oregonian's final moments have slipped into a fog of confusion and error, mistaking friendly vessels, colliding with submerged mines, or succumbing to human mistakes amplified by fear? Decades later, sporadic reports surfaced from deep-sea fishermen and oceanographers exploring the continental shelf off-island. Sonar pings encountered unidentifiable anomalies, massive, irregular shapes enmeshed in the seabed silt. But unlike typical wreck fragments, some speculated these could be scattered remains of the Oregonian, broken from years of oceanic time and currents shifting everything relentlessly. Yet, confirmation proved elusive. More spectral tales have persisted in maritime folklore. Fishermen speak of a phantom bell ringing out faintly beneath cold waves, an ethereal chime that drifts over fishing grounds historically aligned with the Oregonian's route. Small vessels report sudden drops in temperature near certain buoys, accompanied by flickering glimmers resembling lanterns moving beneath the surface. Coastal communities tell of neighboring lighthouses experiencing unexplained electrical failures coinciding with storms similar to those rumored to have swallowed the Oregonian. The ship's disappearance also sparked fascination among paranormal enthusiasts. Some posited that the Oregonian became a trapped soul, a vessel caught between worlds in the sea's liminal spaces where time and reality fold. This theory inspired eerie renditions in seafaring ballads, depicting the ship forever sailing fog-bound waters, crewless but alive, carrying secrets and regrets through ceaseless night. One haunting narrative tells of a night when a British fishing trawler came across a ship matching the Oregonian's description during a thick fog near the Irish coast. Approaching cautiously, they found empty decks slick with rain, no signs of life, but a radio squawking faint Morse code signals impossible to decode, only to have the ghostly ship vanish entirely as suddenly as it had appeared moments before. Though speculative, such stories underscore the deep connection sailors feel toward their vanished comrades and vessels. The Oregonian, vanished without trace, embodies the ultimate maritime fear that the sea, in all its vast unknowability, can swallow not just ships and souls, but erase their very stories, leaving only whispers on the tides. Her legacy endures in maritime museums, where artifacts from similar lost cargo vessels are preserved, and in the archives of naval history, as a somber reminder of the countless unnamed tragedies at sea. The Oregonian's haunting drift serves as a metaphor for all those lost to the dark waters, an emblem of absence, silence, and the ocean's relentless claim. Occasionally, when autumn fog rolls thick and soft over the North Atlantic, mariners crossing those waters speak in reverent tones, recalling warm firesides and the shimmering glow of lighthouses. They tell one another to listen carefully, to the distant whisper of waves, to the faint toll of a lost ship's bell carried on the night wind, and to the silence where the Oregonian sails forever in memory, a spectral guardian of the storm-tossed Atlantic, forever lost, forever haunting, and forever part of the ocean's infinite mystery. Part 28. The eerie drift of the SS Bayless. Far off the rugged and often unforgiving coastline of Newfoundland, where weather shifts with little warning and the fog rolls in thick as wool over churning waves, there lies a maritime mystery that has long haunted sailors and those who cherish the legends of the sea, the story of the SS Bayless. A steamship once famed for both its steadfast service and enigmatic disappearance, the Bayless carries a ghostly legacy etched into the cold Atlantic waters, a tale whispered in fishing lodges and coastal towns from St. John's to the far-flung fishing outports of Labrador. The Bayless was a merchant steamer built in the late 19th century, launched from a bustling shipyard in Glasgow, Scotland. Designed with a rugged steel frame and powered by a dependable triple-expansion steam engine, she was intended for the demanding North Atlantic routes, a lifeline for cargoes vital to commerce and community. Her holds carried coal, salted fish, timber, and other goods between the British Isles, Canada, and the far reaches of the maritime provinces. Over the years, the Baylis earned a solid reputation among mariners. Her decks were no strangers to bitter winters and storms that seemed to rage without end across the North Atlantic. In March of 1903, the Baylis set sail from Liverpool, destined for the fishing ports of Newfoundland and Nova Scotia, with a cargo of manufactured goods and supplies aimed to sustain the remote settlements through a harsh spring and summer season. Commanded by Captain Samuel Hargrove, a man known for his calm demeanor and impeccable seamanship, the ship carried a crew of 35 experienced sailors, all accustomed to the ocean's moods, prepared for the perils of this northern passage. The voyage began under promising skies, but as the Baylis navigated the rough waters off Ireland and entered the vast reaches of the Atlantic, weather reports hinted at an approaching tempest brewing over the Gulf Stream. Despite warnings, the ship pressed forward, mindful of schedules and the growing needs of coastal communities waiting to receive their goods. On the evening of March 17th, as the Baylis neared the Grand Banks, a treacherous sea region notorious for its roiling waves, thick fog banks, and underwater shoals, the vessel encountered sudden and fierce weather. Winds escalated into howling gales, waves towered like walls of dark steel, and the temperature plummeted. The storm came on fast, catching the crew in its devastating grip with little time to react fully. Amid the chaos, radio transmissions from the ship grew erratic, fragmented with static, and punctuated by brief reports of severe leaks and failing steam pressure. Then, as suddenly as they had begun, the signals stopped, the Baylis vanished. In the days that followed, rescue efforts deployed from ports across Newfoundland, Nova Scotia, and the British Isles, mobilizing vessels to scour the open sea in a desperate search for survivors or wreckage. But the Baylis seemed to have been swallowed whole by the merciless ocean. No distress flares pierced the sky, no lifeboats were found adrift. The only clue was a brief transmission intercepted by a passing Cunard liner, an unintelligible plea for assistance lost among crackling white noise. Weeks later, as the seas calmed and search parties scoured the shoreline, fragments of debris bearing the ship's name washed ashore along the rocky coasts near Cape Race and at Placentia Bay, a stark reminder of the tragic fate that had befallen the vessel. There were no survivors, and the crew's fate remained enigmatic, wrapped in silence and the cold embrace of the Atlantic's depths. But the Baylis's story did not end there. Fishermen, sealers, and coastal lighthouse keepers soon began reporting unsettling encounters. On fog-laden nights, vessels would come upon a ghostly ship drifting offshore, an apparition matching the Baylis's profile, brown steel hull faintly illuminated by lantern light, its decks deserted, sails shredded, faint creaks echoing through the mist. Radio operators on fishing schooners claimed to pick up fleeting signals resembling the Baylis's SOS messages, whispers lost amid the static of the stormy night. One particularly chilling account came from the crew of the schooner Eileen O'Malley, who, while navigating near the southern tip of Newfoundland, encountered a silent vessel eerily resembling the Baylis. The schooner's captain described steering closer, only to witness shadowed figures moving slowly on the ghost ship's deck, motions too deliberate for waves or wind. But as the schooner drew nearer, the spectre dissolved into fog, leaving nothing but icy spray and a lingering melody that some aboard swore was a sea shanty from another age. Maritime folklorists and historians have since woven the Baylis into a tapestry of sea legends reflecting mankind's fragile hold over nature's vastness. Some view the ghost sightings as manifestations of collective grief, a subconscious echo of the lost souls at sea, as if the ocean itself mourns the disappearance, replaying fragments of final moments to attentive witnesses. Others speculate on more esoteric explanations. The Grand Bank's reputation for mysterious natural phenomena, including magnetic anomalies and sudden fog formations, has fueled theories that the Baylis was caught in an uncharted vortex or oceanic slimming, a hidden pocket of calm in the storm, a liminal space where ships become trapped, suspended between worlds. Here, compasses spin erratically, and time feels distorted. Even instruments fail to pierce the veil. There are also whispered tales of the sea's darker guardians, spirits, or ancient forces believed to patrol these remote and perilous waters, exacting silent retribution for trespassing or preserving balance amid chaos. The Baylis, some say, sailed unknowingly into their domain, claimed not by nature alone, but by forces beyond understanding. Scientific inquiries attempted to unravel the mystery with emerging technologies. Sonar sweeps of the Grand Banks today reveal scattered debris fields and underwater anomalies, yet no wreck has been conclusively identified as the Baylis. Ocean currents and shifting sands may have concealed her remains beneath layers of sediment and silt, hiding physical evidence from human eyes. Weather historians analyzing the March 1903 storms affirm the suddenness and ferocity of the tempest as the most likely catalyst, an overwhelming force that could have swiftly incapacitated even a well-built steamship like the Baylis. Unsecured cargo, brittle hull plates, fatigued by harsh winters, or compromised steam systems might have hastened the ship's demise, leaving no chance for escape or rescue. Yet, despite these insights, the Baylis remains a symbol of uncertainty, a vessel lost not only to the sea but to time and memory. Her ghostly legacy endures, carried in songs sung by Newfoundland fishermen, in tales told beside hearthfires, and in the watchful eyes of those who sail the North Atlantic's trailing edge. The Baylis reminds us that the ocean holds stories untold and secrets buried deep beneath the waves, mysteries of loss, hope, and silent endurance amid the ceaseless swell. It invites the listener to imagine those vanished souls, voices carried forever by the wind and waves, their tale whispered across the endless horizon. And so, the SS Baylis drifts eternally in legend and shadow, a ghost ship whose eerie silhouette haunts the foggy shores, a solemn testament to the ocean's power to both give and claim, leaving behind only the softest echo of creaking timbers and the mournful song of the sea. Part 29. The mysterious disappearance of the SS Glengariff. Along the often unforgiving and wild coastlines of Ireland's Atlantic seaboard, where grey seas churn beneath tempestuous skies, lies one of the most haunting maritime enigmas ever whispered among seafarers and coastal villagers, the unaccounted-for disappearance of the SS Glengariff. This sturdy cargo steamer, once a reliable thread weaving ports together across the British Isles and beyond, vanished without warning in the cruel grip of winter, leaving behind a ghostly void still felt over a century later. The Glengariff was built in the early 1890s in a bustling shipyard on the River Clyde, a vessel designed for robust service in a time when merchant shipping formed the lifeblood of trade and communication. She measured a modest 250 feet in length, her iron hull reinforced against the pounding Atlantic surf, her triple-expansion steam engine humming faithfully beneath decks that had carried crews and countless cargoes through storms and calms alike. For years, she plied routes between Ireland, Scotland, and the ports of Northern Europe, her schedule tight, her runs routine, her importance unquestioned. The final voyage of the Glengariff began on a bitter November morning in 1904. Laden with coal intended for factories and homes, she departed from Glasgow headed for Galway, her decks bustling with crew burdened by cold and the ever-looming pressure of punctuality. The captain, James Harkin, a seasoned mariner weathered by decades on the North Atlantic, expected a straightforward journey marked by short days and long nights over rolling waters. Initial reports traced the Glengariff's progress through the Irish Sea, relaying weather conditions that hinted at the approach of a looming storm front, a tempest whispered to be fierce but manageable for a ship of her build and experience. The vessel maintained steady speed, confident in crew and craft alike. Yet, as the Glengariff sailed southward past the rugged cliffs of County Donegal, communications ceased abruptly. No distress call, no sign of increased urgency, only an eerie silence that unsettled those awaiting arrival. When the ship failed to reach Galway within expected parameters, alarm bells sounded in ports and shipping companies alike. Search efforts mobilized quickly. Coast Guard cutters, fishing vessels, and merchant ships combed the rough seas and jagged rocky shores, known for ensnaring unwary vessels. Sea spray glistened cold and relentless beneath grey skies, waves rolled high, and the wind sighed with an unsettling persistence. Yet no trace of the Glengariff was found, no wreckage lining the shore, no drifting cargo or lifebuoys to mark her passing. She had simply ceased to exist, or vanished beneath the Atlantic's capricious embrace. This void birthed a multitude of theories among maritime experts and storytellers alike, none conclusive but all tinged with the uncanny. Some blamed the fierce November storms known to sweep the west coast of Ireland with sudden fury. These tempests could rise with little warning, spinning vicious whirlwinds and towering seas that had claimed many a ship despite the utmost caution. Given the coastal geography, sharp headlands, submerged reefs, and tumultuous tidal currents, the Glengarriff may have fallen prey to an unforgiving wave or driven onto hidden rocks where she broke apart swiftly and silently. Yet such disasters typically left debris or survivors. The total absence raised questions. Did the ship founder in open waters far from shore, sinking quickly in darkness and leaving only cold sea to swallow her? Or did something less visible intervene in her fate? Whispers emerged of strange magnetic anomalies near the waters off the Donegal coast, a maritime blind spot where compasses spun erratically, radio signals faltered, and even seasoned navigators felt disoriented. Histories recalled previous ships claiming odd compass behavior when nearing this area, leading some to speculate that the Glengarriff became trapped in a navigational trap, powerless to evade the gathering storm. Supernatural undertones grew amid the community. Locals told tales of the phantom gale, an otherworldly wind said to rise from the depths without warning, lashing ships with spectral fury before vanishing as mysteriously as it appeared. Countless legends spoke of the lost mariners of the West, ghostly crews doomed to sail forever along the tempestuous coasts, their vessels shrouded in mist, visible only fleetingly before disappearing like shadows swallowed by the waves. Fishermen recounted ghostly sightings in the years after the Glengarriff's disappearance, a towering silhouette cutting across fog-drenched waters, a lantern's faint glow bobbing steadily at sea, the mournful creak of rigging carried on the night breeze. One account told of a young boy watching from a rocky outcrop as a ship's whistle echoed across the bay, long after no steamer should have passed, a sound so poignant it brought tears despite its spectral source. From a practical angle, some maritime historians have suggested the possibility of structural failure exacerbated by overloading, a known hazard during intense commercial periods. Coal, heavy and densely packed, could shift aboard in stormy seas, destabilizing the vessel's balance and causing sudden capsizing. The Glengarriff, designed for steady transit rather than violent weather, might have succumbed beneath waves before any call for help could be sent. Others speculated about human error during a dark and stormy night. Fatigue among the crew or moments of poor judgment could have compounded natural dangers. A miscalculation near sharp reefs, or delayed response to taking on water, might have sealed the ship's fate. The absence of a distress signal, though, remained perplexing. Did sudden disaster unfold too rapidly to allow any communication? More conspiracy-tinted theories surfaced in later years. Some suggested secret cargo or clandestine operations related to political tensions in the period, a ship shadowed by whispers of smuggling or espionage silenced before those secrets leaked. While no official archives have substantiated such claims, the veil of suspicion only deepened intrigue. The Glengarriff's final resting place remains undiscovered, despite modern sonar scanning and divers' efforts encouraged by local history enthusiasts and maritime archaeologists. The West Coast's rugged seabed, a labyrinth of cliffs, shoals, and deep channels, hides many secrets still, and the Glengarriff has become one of Ireland's enduring maritime riddles, a sunken story unspoken yet deeply felt. Her story is preserved not only in shipping records, but in the collective memory of coastal communities whose lives intertwine with the sea. Annual commemorations occur in Galway and Donegal, where candles flicker along harbour walls and names are read aloud beneath storm-worn skies. Songs recounting brave crews and vanished ships echo in pubs and village halls, reminding people that the ocean remembers even when the world forgets. The tale of the SS Glengarriff is more than a missing ship. It is a meditation on the fragility of life cast upon indifferent waters, the fine line between mastery and surrender in the age-old contest between man and sea. It speaks to the silent stories beneath waves, the unseen struggles swallowed by currents, and the haunting persistence of hope amid loss. For those who stand watching wild Atlantic waters on a brooding November evening, the Glengarriff becomes an emblem, a spectral voyage forever underway, a faint beacon guiding present and future voyagers to respect, to remember, and to listen closely to what the sea murmurs in its restless depths. Part 30. The silent passage of the SS Ellen Vannin. In the chill and often tempestuous waters of the Irish Sea, where dark waves lap against rocky coasts and mist shrouds the horizon in a soft grey veil, there lingers a maritime mystery that has captivated generations, a story of disappearance, whispered warnings, and the ocean's quiet but uncompromising claim. This is the haunting tale of the SS Ellen Vannin, sometimes called the Isle of Man's ghost ship, whose final voyage in the waning days of 1909 became one of the most tragic and enigmatic chapters in the history of the British Isles coastal shipping. The SS Ellen Vannon was not a grand ocean liner, nor a mighty steamship built for transatlantic crossings. It was a humble packet steamer, a small but vital ferry tasked with carrying passengers, mail and cargo between the Isle of Man and the port of Liverpool. Constructed in 1883, the vessel bore the hallmarks of a sturdy coastal steamer, a single funnel painted bright red, gleaming brass fixtures, and a reputation for reliability and steady service in a frequently fickle sea. Her size was modest, just over 200 feet in length, and her design optimized for short passages across often storm-swept waters. For the people of the Isle of Man, the Ellen Vannon was more than just a ship. She was a lifeline to the wider world, a carrier of news, goods, and hope. Her decks bore the footfalls of countless travelers, the laughter of children bound for holidays, and the haunting farewells of those crossing for the last time. The fateful journey began on the evening of December 2nd, 1909, a day already shadowed by winter's growing grip. The Ellen Vannon set sail from Ramsey on the island's rugged northern shore, with a small but determined crew guided by Captain James Tier, a seasoned mariner whose steady hand had weathered many a sea's mood. On board were 33 passengers, families, merchants and workers returning to Liverpool, and a cargo hold filled with goods awaiting delivery across the water. As the ship left the harbour, the sky hung heavy with low clouds, and a biting wind whispered cold warnings. Weather reports had predicted a rough crossing, but not the catastrophe that was about to unfold. The Irish Sea, notorious for sudden storms and treacherous currents, was ready to cast its darkest shadow. Shortly after departure, conditions worsened dramatically. A fierce storm brewed along the western coasts, driven by cyclonic winds, whipping into howling gales, lashing the sea into towering waves that crashed endlessly over the steamer's bow. The Ellen Vannon pressed forward into the tempest, her engines straining, the deck awash with salty spray and ice. The last known communication from the ship was a terse message relayed via signal flags at the entrance of the Mersey estuary, indicating that the Ellen Vannon intended to enter the Liverpool docks despite the worsening weather, but she never arrived. What followed was a desperate search by lifeboats and patrol vessels, scanning the churning waters, hopeful for survivors, for sights of life rafts, for even floating debris. Only one piece of wreckage was ever conclusively identified: a small lifebuoy bearing the Ellen Vannon's name, washed ashore days later on the Lancashire coast. Beyond that, silence prevailed. The ship and all souls aboard seemed to have been swallowed entirely by the sea, leaving only a void where once a bustling ferry had carved its passage. The investigation that followed grappled with the perplexing nature of the loss. Captain Tier was known for caution and skill, the crew veteran and disciplined. Could mechanical failure have doomed them in the chaotic waves? Perhaps a sudden wave capsized the ferry, or violent shifting of the cargo caused a fatal list. Yet the ship's seaworthiness had been affirmed only months prior after a comprehensive inspection. No distress signals or calls for help were received, limiting insight into the disaster's precise moments. Over time, survivor stories from other vessels navigating nearby during the storm hinted at fleeting glimpses of the steamer struggling in monstrous seas. One sailor recalled seeing a faint light bobbing among the whitecaps, the Ellen Vannon's telltale red funnel visible through driving rain, but that too vanished before aid could be rendered. More haunting were the growing whispers among coastal communities. Eerie wails carried on the wind near Ramsey's cliffs, shadowy figures glimpsed on deserted shores after nightfall, and a sudden coldness felt by fishermen who ventured too close to the sea's embrace. Some spoke of a ghost ship emerging from fog banks, her decks eerily empty, her horn echoing a melancholy call that faded just as one strained to listen. Folklore intertwined with fact over decades. The Ellen Vannon's tale inspired countless ballads, songs that tell not only of loss but of endurance, of an island's connection to the sea, and the fragile boundary between life and loss. The legend grew beyond a simple maritime tragedy, into a symbol of the sea's unpredictable might, and the unwavering spirit of communities forever watching their horizons. Analyzers of the meteorological data from that December evening confirm the ferocity of the storm, a sudden deepening of a low-pressure system, gale-force winds gusting over 60 miles per hour, and waves reaching heights that challenged even large freighters. The storm caught many vessels unprepared, transforming familiar waters into a maze of peril and despair. Modern divers and maritime archaeologists have sought the Ellen Vannen's remains amidst the shifting seabed of the Irish Sea, complicated by strong currents and sediment layers. While some promising sonar images hint at possible wreckage, the exact resting place remains elusive, concealed beneath layers of mud and time. The ship's disappearance also raised questions about maritime safety. The tragedy of the Ellen Vannen contributed, along with other maritime disasters of the era, to advancements in life-saving equipment, radio communication protocols, and storm forecasting that have since saved countless lives. Yet the human impact remains the story's core. Dozens of families on the Isle of Man and in Liverpool mourned loved ones swept away in darkness and storm. Their memory is safeguarded in plaques, museums, and the collective heartbeat of island life. Every December, commemorations honor the passengers and crew whose lives were claimed by the sea's unyielding grasp. For seafarers navigating the Irish Sea today, the story of the Ellen Vannen serves as an eternal touchstone, a reminder that even the shortest voyages bear the weight of vast uncertainty. The ferry's ghostly image still surfaces in conversation and dreamlike tales, blending hard facts with the sea's natural poetry. And so, beneath winter's grey skies and thick coastal mists, the SS Ellen Vannen journeys eternally, her passage marked not by triumphant arrival, but by quiet disappearance. She sails forever through storms and silence, a spectral ferry cradled by the Irish Sea's endless tides, whispering softly to those who listen of lives lost, of mysteries deep as the ocean, and of the fragile line that separates the known from the unknown. Part 31. The silent ghost of the Mary Celeste. Far out in the vast expanse of the Atlantic Ocean, where the waters churn with a ceaseless hypnotic rhythm, lies one of the most perplexing maritime mysteries ever recorded, the tale of the Mary Celeste. This shipwreck, or perhaps more accurately, this abandoned vessel, has refused to yield its secrets for over a century, leaving historians, sailors, and paranormal enthusiasts alike baffled. The year was 1872, when the Mary Celeste set sail from New York Harbor, bound for Genoa, Italy. Commanded by Captain Benjamin Briggs, an experienced seaman with a solid reputation, the ship carried not only its crew of 7, but also a cargo of 1,701 barrels of industrial-grade alcohol. The conditions were calm, the weather warm, and the ship seemed destined for a routine transatlantic voyage. But as days turned to weeks, what should have been a smooth crossing turned into one of the greatest nautical enigmas the world would ever know. On December 5, 1872, a British brig, the DEI Gracia, spotted the Mary Celeste drifting aimlessly about 400 miles east of the Azores. The sight was peculiar. The Mary Celeste was upright, still under sail, and registering signs that it was still seaworthy. Yet, when the crew of the DEI Gracia boarded the vessel, an eerie silence greeted them. No one was on deck. No one was in the cabins. It was as if the entire crew and passengers had vanished into thin air. The Mary Celeste was in remarkably good condition. Her sails were tattered but set, her cargo intact and undisturbed, and there was no evidence of a struggle. Even more baffling was that the ship's lifeboat was missing, suggesting that the crew might have abandoned ship voluntarily. But why? There were no signs of emergency, no fire, no damage from storm or collision, no wounds or blood, nothing to suggest an obvious explanation. The captain's personal cabin was found exactly as he left it, with his personal belongings untouched. His logbook detailed a calm passage up until October 24th, several days before the ship's discovery. After that, the records end abruptly, deepening the mystery. Speculation over the years has given birth to countless theories. Some suggested piracy, but no plundered goods were found, and the missing crew never surfaced. Others believed the crew was overcome by mutiny or insanity, though the impeccable maintenance of the ship seems to counter this. More supernatural explanations include ghostly curses and sea spirits luring the crew into the depths, a theory that gave the ship its infamous nickname, the Ghost Ship. One particularly haunting suggestion involves the volatile cargo of alcohol barrels. It has been proposed that a leak could have released toxic fumes, leading the crew to fear an imminent explosion, prompting an abandonment when conditions were still safe enough to launch the lifeboat. But if this were true, why was the boat missing, yet the crew never found? It might mean they were lost at sea, their fate swallowed by the merciless ocean. Yet, the lingering silence of the Mary Celeste remains deafening. When salvage crews finally towed her to Gibraltar weeks later, the mystery deepened rather than resolved. No additional clues came from the ship or records, and the Mary Celeste was never recrewed or sailed again, eventually sold for scrap. Modern investigations have tried to apply science, examining weather data, ocean currents, and the possibility of natural phenomena like waterspouts or rogue waves forcing the crew to abandon ship, but none fully account for the crew's disappearance without trace. The question remains, did the ocean herself claim the crew? Were they victims of an unseen force, or did tragedy strike so suddenly and silently that the Mary Celeste became a frozen ghost, drifting between the realms of the living and the lost? Even today, when night falls on the Atlantic and the water is black and still, some sailors swear they glimpse the white sails of the Mary Celeste, endlessly haunting the horizon, a spectral reminder that some mysteries born of the sea are destined never to be solved. The silence of the Mary Celeste speaks louder than words, inviting us to listen closely, perhaps whispering secrets only the ocean can understand. Part 32. The ghostly silence of the SS Orang Medan. Far out on the vast stretches of the Pacific Ocean, where the sea merges indistinctly with the sky, an eerie silence seems to blanket the waters, a silence that masks one of the most chilling maritime mysteries ever recorded, the story of the SS Orang Medan. This shipwreck's tale, steeped in shadow and enigma, has haunted the imaginations of sailors, historians, and paranormal enthusiasts for nearly a century. It was in the late 1940s when the distress signals began to crackle through the radio waves, breaking the heavy quiet of the Pacific night. The SOS calls from the Orang Medan were curiously fragmented, garbled with static but unequivocal in their urgency. The operators in nearby ships and coastal stations picked up a chilling message, one word spoken repeatedly, and with a desperate edge: SOS, Orang Medan. All officers dead, crew dead, I die. No sooner had this harrowing message been transmitted than it faded into silence, leaving those listening in suspended disbelief and dread. A relief ship was immediately dispatched, cutting through the endless waves with determination, intent on unraveling the source of such a ghostly plea for help. When the rescue crew arrived at the coordinates, the chilling reality unfolded. The Orang Medan floated eerily still, its decks bare and silent beneath the moonlight. There was no sign of life aboard. The rescuers boarded cautiously, bracing for an explanation to the morbid distress calls, yet they found themselves stepping into a maritime nightmare none could have anticipated. Every crew member lay dead, sprawled across the decks and in the corridors, faces frozen in expressions of abject terror, eyes wide open, mouths agape as if they had witnessed the unspeakable just moments before their demise. What was most confounding and disturbing was the absence of any visible injuries or evidence of a struggle. No wounds, no signs of poison, no blood, only the stark, eerie stillness of death that gripped the entire vessel. In the captain's quarters, the logbook was found, its pages smeared and water damaged, but the last entries scratched out frantic notes about strange phenomena. The captain's handwriting became erratic, the words descending into chaos with references to an unseen horror lurking in the shadows below deck. One theory held that the ship had stumbled upon a secret cargo, perhaps chemical weapons or toxic substances left over from wartime conflicts. Others whispered about the supernatural spirits of the sea seeking retribution, or an ancient curse cast upon the vessel. But the horror did not end there. Upon inspection, the rescue ship's crew noticed that shortly after boarding, those who entered the Orang Medan began to feel ill. Some experienced bouts of intense nausea, dizziness, and a sense of overwhelming dread. The air inside the ship was thick, cold, unnatural in an open ocean environment, and charged with an unseen energy. Trying to salvage valuable cargo, one of the rescue engineers ventured into the ship's hold, only to return shaken and unable to explain what he'd experienced. Shortly after, the captain of the rescue ship ordered the Orang Medan to be towed toward the nearest port, fearing that the ship harbored dangers beyond their comprehension. But fate had a crueler design. During the tow, the Orang Medan suddenly caught fire and exploded without warning, burning fiercely before sinking beneath the waves, taking with it any further clues to unlock the mystery of its ghostly demise. Decades later, the SS Orang Medan remains a whispered legend among seafarers. Its wreck has never been definitively found, despite occasional sonar pings and submarine explorations in the rough Pacific terrain where it was last seen. The ship's story has echoed through time as a haunting testament to the unfathomable darkness that can dwell beneath the ocean's calming surface. Was it a tragic accident born from toxic exposure, a clandestine military secret gone wrong, or was the Orang Medan claimed by supernatural forces, long denied by human reason? The ocean's haunted depths keep their secrets close, and the ghostly silence that envelops the Orang Medan's resting place continues to puzzle and chill those who dare to imagine the untold stories of the sea. This spectral shipwreck, frozen in time and horror, reminds us that some maritime mysteries are not simply tales of lost vessels, but eerie whispers from the abyss, where the ocean's darkest narratives are etched in silence and shadow. Part 33: The Vanishing of the Carol A. Deering. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting an amber glow across the restless waves of the Atlantic, the Carol A. Deering slipped quietly into mariners' lore as one of the most baffling maritime mysteries in American history. This haunting tale is not just about a shipwreck, but about a vessel that disappeared from the grasp of humanity, only to reappear as an eerie ghost drifting without a crew, a chilling enigma that continues to ripple through the minds of those who study vanished ships. The Carol A. Deering was a 5-masted schooner, built with promise and strength in the early 20th century, designed to carry cargo along the east coast of the United States and into the Caribbean. She was once lauded as one of the largest sailing vessels built in the United States, a proud symbol of American craftsmanship and the enduring age of sail. Her reputation was one of reliability and steady service as she transported goods between ports, weaving through the ocean's mercurial moods with a stoic grace. But her final voyage cast her into the shadows of maritime mystery forever. In the summer of 1921, the Carol A. Deering left the port of Norfolk, Virginia, bound for Rio de Janeiro with a full cargo of coal. The ship's last log entries wound down to a routine passage until something inexplicable unraveled her story. When she was sighted near Cape Hatteras in North Carolina, she was inwardly calm, outwardly intact, yet no crew was aboard. It wasn't her disappearance that immediately stunned observers, but the eerie discovery of the ship drifting aimlessly along the coast. Fishermen first noticed her, the sails flapping limply in the wind, the rigging tangled, and the decks deserted. When authorities boarded the Carol A. Deering, they found a ship utterly devoid of its crew, the cabins abandoned but largely undisturbed. The ship's log was missing its final pages, and the navigational instruments were nowhere to be found. Food supplies remained, food prepared but never eaten, personal belongings scattered as if left in a hurry. Without any explicit sign of violence or struggle, the mystery grew heavier. What could have caused an entire crew to vanish into the thin air just as they neared the treacherous waters of the Outer Banks? Official investigations considered several possibilities: piracy, mutiny, storm damage leaving the crew forced to abandon ship, or something stranger, namely, the influence of the infamous Bermuda Triangle. Cape Hatteras, where the ship was found drifting, lies within that notorious expanse of the Atlantic, notorious for the inexplicable disappearance of vessels and planes. Witnesses reported unusual phenomena, mysterious lights in the sky near the ship's last known routing, and strange, unexplained noises that no one could attribute to natural causes. Some local fishermen recounted accounts of ghostly apparitions near the waters where the Deering was found, shadowy figures glimpsed from afar, and fog banks that materialized and vanished without warning. The Coast Guard's search yielded no survivors or captives. The crew's fate remains unknown. Over time, theories have proliferated. Some propose that the crew fell victim to a sudden outbreak of illness or poisoning, forcing abandonment. Others suggest that the ship may have been commandeered by rum runners or gangsters, who then fled or were lost at sea. But these ideas fail to explain the complete abandonment, nor the subsequent drifting, as well as why the lifeboats were missing. Some whispers in maritime circles echo darker superstitions. Was the Carol A. Deering cursed? Its crew punished for an offense lost to time? Could they have been taken by something beyond mortal understanding, swept into an invisible dimension between sea and sky? When one immerses oneself in the eerie stillness of that deserted schooner, it feels as if the ship itself is holding on to secrets torn from the realm of myth. Even more puzzlingly, sightings of the ship were reported months after it was officially recorded as missing. According to scattered records, fishermen at times spotted the Deering far from her expected route, sailing with no sign of life aboard, seemingly ignoring the rules of wind and tide. These accounts, often dismissed as hallucinations or mistaken identity, persist in giving the ship's legend an almost supernatural aura. The disappearance of the Carol A. Deering leaves behind a tangled web of questions with no threads to pull. A modern relic caught between old-world craftsmanship and the dawning age of mechanized shipping, it remains a drifting mystery on the cold, salty horizon of nautical history. A ghost ship, not wrecked and broken, but lost to the ocean's infinite grasp, forever shrouded in a silence as deep and dark as the sea itself. And so the ocean keeps her secrets, burying the voices of those who sailed aboard the Carol A. Deering beneath currents and time, guarding their story like a whispered riddle in the wind. No matter how closely one listens, the sound of their vanished footsteps echoes only in the endless, restless waves. Part 34, The Phantom Vessel of the Baltic Sea. In the vast cold expanse of the Baltic Sea lies one of the ocean's most enigmatic and haunting maritime mysteries, an eerie shipwreck known as the Phantom Vessel. This vessel, untouched and undisturbed for nearly a century, continues to baffle experts and thrill seekers alike, its story whispered among sailors and researchers with an almost reverent dread. Tonight, we drift quietly into the chilling depths of the Baltic to unravel the strange tale behind this ghostly shipwreck that no one can truly explain. The year was 1927, a time when maritime travel was both a necessity and an adventure. The Phantom Vessel was a cargo ship named the SS Glenmoray, a sturdy freighter that regularly transported goods between the bustling ports of Stockholm and Helsinki. In early November, the Glenmoray set out on what should have been a routine voyage across a treacherous stretch of the Baltic Sea, veiled by dense fog and ice-cold winds that tore mercilessly through the water's surface. The ship's crew of 24, experienced and steady-handed, manned the vessel with assurances of their swift return. Yet, as the ship sailed into one of the most notorious fog banks of the region, it vanished without a trace. No distress signals were sent, no wreckage found. Families waited anxiously, and days turned into weeks without word, until finally, hope was abandoned that the Glenmoray had somehow succumbed to the merciless sea. Nearly 50 years later, in 1976, divers exploring a well-known shipwreck site in the Baltic stumbled upon something completely unexpected. Beneath layers of silt and cold, dark water, they discovered the Glenmoray's remains, remarkably intact as if time had frozen around her. The timbers, masts and even some of the cargo were perfectly preserved by the cold, brackish waters, giving researchers an unprecedented glimpse into maritime history. But the deeper they explored, the more perplexing the mystery became. Unlike typical shipwrecks ravaged by storms or collisions, the Glenmoray's hull had no visible damage. There were no signs of fire, explosion or battle. Doors and hatches were found closed, personal belongings remained undisturbed in the cabins, and the kitchen's pots still sat over the stove, cold but intact. It was as if the crew had vanished into thin air mid-voyage, an eerie snapshot frozen in time. Perhaps the most unsettling discovery was the absence of the crew themselves. Their bodies were nowhere to be found aboard the vessel or in the immediate vicinity. One would expect to find some trace, but the Glenmoray was hauntingly empty, a sealed tomb beneath the waves. As news of the discovery spread, theories blossomed like shadows in the fog. Some suggested that the crew had been swept away by a freak, sudden squall, forced to abandon ship and lost at sea. Others whispered of more chilling possibilities, that the ship had sailed into a vortex, a whirlpool that swallowed lives and memories alike, leaving the vessel behind as a ghostly ruin. More fantastic claims tied the story to phantom islands, strange lights in the mist, and even extraterrestrial interference. Folklore in the region speaks of the mare incognita, a fabled part of the sea where time and reality become distorted. Over the years, expeditions attempted to study the Glenmoray's final moments, but each dive seemed to fuel more questions rather than answers. Instruments recorded inexplicable electromagnetic fluctuations around the wreck. Photographs captured fleeting shadows that moved independently of the diver's own. Some explorers reported a profound, unsettling chill that followed them back to the surface, a sensation that defied explanation. Local fishermen maintain a silent respect for these waters, often steering clear of the Glenmoray's coordinates. Whispered legends tell of sailors hearing faint creaks and groans beneath the waves, the soft echo of the phantom vessel's lost crew whispering on the wind. It's said that on particularly foggy nights, when the moon is hidden, the outline of a ship can be glimpsed near the horizon, drifting silently like a spectre of the long forgotten. What truly happened aboard the Glenmoray remains one of the Baltic Sea's deepest secrets. Was it a natural disaster so swift and peculiar that it left no trace but an empty ghost ship, or did something otherworldly intervene, trapping the crew between worlds? The phantom vessel stands as a silent sentinel, a frozen echo in the cradle of the ocean's mysteries, inviting us to ponder the enigma beneath the waves. As you listen quietly, imagine the cold grip of the Baltic depths, the haunting stillness of a ship lost between past and present, and the unsolved riddle of a crew that vanished as if swallowed by the sea itself. The ocean holds many secrets, but the phantom vessel reminds us that sometimes its deepest enigmas lie not in the churning storms above, but in the frozen silence below. Part 35. The ghostly silence of the SS Orang Medan. In the chilling annals of maritime mystery, few stories echo with as much eerie silence and unexplained horror as the tale of the SS Orang Medan, a ship whose name alone sends shivers through those who delve into oceanic legends. This was no ordinary shipwreck. It was a vessel enshrouded in sudden harrowing tragedy and an unfathomable secret that has confounded sailors, researchers, and paranormal enthusiasts for decades. Our story begins in late June of 1947, somewhere in the treacherous waters of the Strait of Malacca, a narrow, strategically vital passage on the maritime map between the Indonesian island of Sumatra and the Malay Peninsula. The Orang Medan was a Dutch schooner, reportedly carrying a cargo of some kind, though no manifest was ever found to confirm what. It was during what should have been a routine voyage that an international radio distress signal crackled through the airwaves and etched itself into history. All officers, including the captain, are dead, lying in chart room and bridge, possibly whole crew dead. These chilling words were followed by an eerie silence, and the voice that transmitted them had the unmistakable sound of fear and impending doom. Radio operators from multiple stations received this desperate plea, trying to trace its origin, but the Orang Medan itself remained a ghostly enigma. The distress call spurred immediate action. The nearby American ship Silver Star answered the signal and set out to locate the stricken schooner. What they found was unlike anything they or anyone else had ever encountered. On a calm, mist-shrouded morning, the Silver Star approached the Orang Medan. From a distance, she looked eerily abandoned, her decks empty and weather-worn, yet with no outward sign of struggle or damage. As the crew of the Silver Star boarded the Orang Medan, an unsettling silence settled over them, a silence so profound it seemed unnatural. The grisly scene inside the ship was more horrifying than any ghost story. Every crew member was discovered deceased, sprawled across the decks and in the ship's rooms with faces frozen in expressions of terror and pain. Their eyes were wide open, staring blindly into the void, mouths agape as if frozen mid-scream. Some were clutching their chests, others lay rigid and lifeless where they stood, as if struck down in an instant. None showed any visible wounds, no sign of external injury, no explanation for their sudden demise. The Silver Star's crew hurried to investigate the cause, but before they could make conclusive assessments, the ship itself betrayed them with another dark mystery. Minutes after boarding, a faint odor, a chemical stench was noticed, sharp and acrid, enveloping the air inside the ship. Some have speculated it might have come from dangerous cargo or toxic gases trapped within the hull, but the true cause was never confirmed. Then, without warning, a sudden explosion ripped through the Orang Medan. Flames erupted, engulfing the schooner in a ghastly glow against the morning sky. The Americans scrambled back to their own ship, barely escaping the fiery inferno as the mysterious vessel sank beneath the waves, taking its secrets into the abyss. Over the decades, theories about what befell the Orang Medan have burgeoned like fog over the ocean. Some propose a chemical leak from malfunctioning cargo, perhaps dangerous gases such as zinc or strychnine fumes, killed the crew swiftly. Others whisper of radiation exposure or an outbreak of a strange plague. A more supernatural view claims the ship was cursed or haunted by restless spirits, victims of a maritime injustice or long-forgotten evils lurking within the sea itself. Adding to the enigma is the profound lack of official records confirming the existence of the Orang Medan in any shipping registry, verified logs, or maritime archives. Was the ship a clandestine vessel involved in smuggling or secret wartime operations, wiped from public records to conceal its true mission? Its almost spectral nature has only fueled the legend. In the quiet moments when the ocean itself seems to hold its breath, the story of the Orang Medan remains a haunting whisper carried on the waves, a reminder that the sea hides more than just wreckage and forgotten treasures. It holds shadows of the inexplicable, where silence can be louder than any storm. Beneath the vast undulating surface, the Orang Medan rests still, an eternal ghost ship swallowed by time and tides, inviting the curious and the brave to ponder the thin line between reality and nightmare among the ocean's haunted depths. Part 36. The ghostly silence of the Carroll A. Deering. Far off the coast of North Carolina, where the restless Atlantic crashes against the jagged shoals known as the Graveyard of the Atlantic, a ship was found drifting silently, eerily abandoned, and carrying with it a secret that has baffled maritime historians, treasure hunters, and mystery enthusiasts for nearly a century. This ship was the Carroll A. Deering, a 5-masted schooner that sailed out of Norfolk, Virginia, in the summer of 1921, destined for Brazil with a valuable cargo. But it never reached its destination. Instead, it became one of the most perplexing ghost ship mysteries ever recorded. The Carroll A. Deering was first spotted off Cape Hatteras by the lightship crew stationed there, a floating lighthouse designed to warn ships of dangerous reefs and shoals. The vessel was heading toward the treacherous Diamond Shoals, but unlike any ship appearing ghostly to eyewitnesses, it showed no signs of life. No one was on board. The sails were torn and slapping in the wind, rigging appeared slacked, and the ship's wheel had been turned sharply. Stranger still, the ship's log and navigational equipment were gone, as were the crew. When a Coast Guard cutter finally approached and boarded the ship, the silence was deafening. There was no sign of struggle or violence. The galley was in use, fresh food was uneaten, and personal belongings were left intact. There was no sign of damage that could explain the disappearance of the crew. No injured bodies on deck, no overturned lifeboats or calls for help. Even the logbook was missing, as if someone had deliberately erased their trail. Investigators later found the ship aground on a sandbar, hidden partly in fog and tempestuous weather typical of the Cape Hatteras area. No distress messages had ever been received from the Carroll A. Deering, and the radio equipment was found with no signs of recent use. It was as if the entire crew vanished into thin air. Speculations ran wild. Some thought piracy was involved, though there was no record of pirate activity that late into the 20th century, especially in those waters. Others suggested a mutiny or a sudden catastrophe that forced the crew overboard, yet no bodies washed ashore and no signs pointed to such desperate measures. Another theory proposed that severe weather might have caused the crew to abandon ship prematurely, but contemporaneous weather reports indicated mild conditions during their disappearance. Adding an eerie twist to the legend, a few weeks earlier, 2 separate fishing boats had radioed reports of strange lights and odd sounds in the same area. Some alleged that apparitions of ghostly sailors were spotted beneath the waves or wandering the decks in the moonlight. Fishermen whispered of a curse linked to the Graveyard of the Atlantic, where so many ships had met their doom and where restless souls were doomed to sail forever. The mystery deepened when interviews with other mariners revealed that the last known encounters with the Carroll A. Deering involved strange radio transmissions. These often consisted of cryptic phrases or unintelligible noises, sometimes suggesting that someone on board was trying to issue a warning or cry for help. Despite exhaustive official investigations by the US Coast Guard and the Department of Commerce, no definitive explanation ever emerged. The fate of the Carroll A. Deering's crew remains an enigma, vanished without a trace into the fog and dark waters, like whispers swallowed by the sea. Over the years, theories ranged from human involvement, mutiny, kidnapping, or foul play, to supernatural explanations, as sailors faced the terrifying law of the ocean and its untold powers. Some paranormal experts likened the ship to a sort of maritime Bermuda Triangle victim, a vessel caught in a mysterious phenomenon that causes disappearance and disorientation. Deep below the surface, divers who later explored the shipwreck found the Carroll A. Deering lying upright on the sea floor, largely intact but encrusted with decades of coral and ocean life. No clues were found there either, only the silent testimony of the ship's weathered hull and the cold ocean floor. The physical evidence was as silent as the ship's ghostly decks. To this day, the Carol A. Deering stands as a chilling testament to the ocean's unfathomable mysteries, an abandoned vessel lost to time and speculation, beckoning endlessly to those who seek to uncover the truth behind the silence. The sea holds its secrets tightly, and the ghost ship off the coast of North Carolina continues to haunt not only the shoals but the imaginations of those who dare to look into the deep. In the vast, restless ocean, some ships are never meant to tell their stories. The Carol A. Deering's tale reminds us that sometimes the most haunting tales are not those of monstrous creatures or violent shipwrecks, but of the quiet and inexplicable absence of explanation itself, where silence becomes the loudest voice of all. Part 37. The eerie silence of the SS Orang Medan. Deep in the annals of maritime lore lies a story shrouded in chilling mystery and unanswered questions, a tale so haunting that it has fascinated and baffled ghost story enthusiasts, naval historians, and oceanographers alike. This is the story of the SS Orang Medan, a merchant ship whose sudden, inexplicable fate has become one of the ocean's most enduring enigmas. The tale begins in the late 1940s, a time when international trade routes were bustling and the post-war world was still trying to find its rhythm. According to reports that surfaced from passing vessels, the Orang Medan was an unassuming freighter traveling the Straits of Malacca, the narrow passage between the Malay Peninsula and the Indonesian island of Sumatra, a waterway infamous both for its strategic importance and its treacherous tides. One day, another nearby ship, the Silver Star, received a faint but deeply disturbing distress call on the radio. The voice on the other end was a fractured jumble of words. Pilots recorded the chilling last message: "All officers, including the captain, are dead, lying in the chart room and bridge. I die." After a lengthy pause, the caller was heard murmuring helplessly, "I die," before the transmission ceased entirely. Alarmed and intrigued, the Silver Star altered course to investigate, guided by the ship's last known location. Upon reaching the coordinates, the crew of the Silver Star found the Orang Medan drifting silently, eerily still on the dark waters. What they discovered next would chill the bones of every sailor aboard. Boarding the ship, they found the crew, all of them, frozen in deathly poses that suggested sudden terror. Faces twisted in expressions of horror, eyes wide open, as if staring at an unseen nightmare. Some bodies sprawled on the bridge, others slumped lifelessly across the decks. Nobody showed signs of physical trauma or struggle, no wounds, no bullet holes, no signs of fire or explosion. Adding to the strange tableau was the noticeable fact that even the ship's dogs were found dead on the deck. The air inside was said to carry a peculiar, acrid stench, as though some toxic miasma had swept through, stealing life in the blink of an eye but leaving no clear trace. What had happened to the Orang Medan and its crew? The question sparked immediate theories, whispers that wove through shipping lanes and coastal towns from Singapore to Jakarta to distant ports in Europe and America, each more unsettling than the last. One of the leading conjectures centered on toxic gases, perhaps from the ship's cargo hold. Some speculated that the freighter was carrying chemicals like potassium cyanide mixed with nitroglycerin or other volatile substances that, if leaking, could produce lethal fumes. The idea was that these gases might have seeped into the living quarters, incapacitating the crew swiftly without leaving visible marks. Yet this explanation only scratches the surface. If a chemical leak caused the deaths, why were the crew's faces frozen in terror? Wouldn't a fatal poison induce a less theatrical, more immediate collapse? And if this were the case, why did the distress call speak of doom in such a specific, panicked manner, with reports of seeing things or feeling the presence of something beyond the natural? Other theories veered into the paranormal. Some believe the crew fell victim to a malevolent supernatural force tied to the ship's past, a curse, or an unsettled spirit bound by tragedy that haunted the ship's corridors. It's said that the waters around the Malacca Strait have long been steeped in legends about vengeful sea spirits and ghost ships, often glimpsed in fleeting shapes at dusk or during stormy nights. As the Silver Star crew began to inspect the Orang Medan for salvage, disaster struck once again in a most mysterious way. While attempting to tow the ship, an explosion erupted on board, engulfing the vessel in flames and sending it plunging into the depths of the sea. To this day, the wreckage of the Orang Medan has never been conclusively located. It is as if the ocean swallowed the ghostly ship whole, taking its secrets and perishing souls with it. Over the decades, some have claimed to have found fragments of hulls matching the Orang Medan's description, but none could be definitively tied to the ship. Others argue the entire story was a well-crafted naval legend, unsupported by solid evidence, a ghost tale born from paranoia and wartime secrecy. Still, the chilling voice recordings, the reported positions, and the eerie nature of the alleged incident persist in maritime folklore, inviting those who hear it to imagine the worst, that somewhere beneath the inky black waves lies a haunted shipwreck, silent except for the whispers of lost souls who perished in fear. What truly befell the Orang Medan? Was it a chemical accident, a supernatural visitation, or something even stranger? The ocean keeps her secrets close, and the haunting silence of this missing ship remains one of the deep sea's most unsettling mysteries, perfect for quiet evenings when the mind drifts amid the gentle rhythm of waves, and the stories of haunted shipwrecks echo with an otherworldly chill. Part 38. The silent horror of the SS Bachimo. In the vast, icy expanse of the Arctic Ocean lies a haunting maritime mystery that has captured imaginations for nearly a century. The ghost ship, SS Bachimo. Unlike many shipwrecks hidden beneath sunlit waves, this eerie vessel prowled the frozen Arctic seas, a drifting spectre appearing and disappearing with chilling unpredictability, eluding capture and explanation. Its story is one of resilience, mystery, and ghostly whispers carried on the cold northern winds. The SS Bachimo was a steel-hulled cargo ship built in 1914 by the shipbuilders at the Seattle Construction and Dry Dock Company. Owned by the Hudson's Bay Company, she was primarily used for trading and cargo transport among the trading posts scattered across Canada's Arctic coast. These voyages were no easy feat, as the ship battled the relentless Arctic elements, weaving between ice floes and harsh blizzards to bring essential goods to isolated outposts. The crew considered her a sturdy, reliable vessel, accustomed to enduring the unforgiving northern seas. In October 1931, the Bachimo set sail from the ice-cap trading post near Barrow, Alaska, laden with furs for trade. Shortly after leaving, she became trapped in thick pack ice off the coast of Alaska, near the Chukchi Sea. The crew attempted for days to free the ship, but the ice held firm, creeping in relentlessly and squeezing the vessel in its merciless grip. To save their lives, the crew abandoned the Bachimo, stranded and frozen solid in the Arctic night. Here the tale takes on its ghostly resonance. Despite being abandoned and frozen in the ice, the Bachimo refused to sink or become a permanent wreck. Over the next 38 years, this derelict vessel repeatedly appeared, drifting through ice fields and disappearing just as suddenly, as though driven by some otherworldly force. Numerous sightings were reported by whalers, trappers, and explorers in the Arctic, baffling those who saw her as the ghost ship that refused to die. Witnesses described the Bachimo as eerily intact, sometimes drifting silently with sails flapless, other times frozen solid and caught in furrows of ice. Once a group of whalers even attempted to board the ghostly vessel, but inside they found only frozen corridors, empty rooms, and an overwhelming silence that seemed to seep into their bones. The ship's empty holds floated with the faint scent of loneliness, the absence of human life all the more palpable within its steel walls. Whatever force kept the Bachimo afloat was never understood. Some speculated that the heavy Arctic ice acted like a temporary cradle, holding her aloft as the shifting ice moved. Others whispered that the ship was cursed by the Arctic spirits, doomed to wander the ice, cursed by the cold and isolation after her crew was forced to flee. Certainly, the ship's stubborn resistance to destruction puzzled experts and seafarers alike, and with every sighting, the legends grew. The final confirmed sighting of the Bachimo came in 1969 when a hunter spotted the ship drifting near the Beaufort Sea. After that, she vanished from recorded view, swallowed once again by the icy Greenland seas, or perhaps claimed by the ocean's endless depths. Despite extensive searches and expeditions, the Bachimo's ultimate resting place remains unknown to this day. The mystery of the Bachimo speaks not only to the harsh Arctic environment, but also to the strange allure of abandoned ships, half frozen in time, caught between worlds, and forever haunting the margins of human knowledge. It invites questions that echo through decades of exploration. What secrets lie within the cold steel hull? What story does this frozen ghost intimate about the solitude of the Arctic? And most unsettlingly, if a ship so abandoned can continue to sail the seas, silently defying nature and man alike, then what other mysteries could lie hidden beneath those cold, restless waters? As the endless Arctic night stretches out, illuminated by the faint glow of auroras, the image of the Beichimo drifts like a spectral dream, an inscrutable icon of the ocean's haunted and mysterious shipwrecks, a silent horror whispering across the frozen waves, forever elusive, forever unexplained. Part 39. The Vanishing of the Carol A. Deering. In the vast expanse of the Atlantic Ocean, a saga has persisted through nearly a century, shrouded in shadows, whispers, and unanswered questions. This is the perplexing story of the Carol A. Deering, a 5-masted commercial schooner whose disappearance became one of the most haunting maritime mysteries of the early 20th century. The year was 1921. The Carol A. Deering was no ordinary ship. It was one of the last American commercial sailing vessels operating in a world rapidly transitioning to powered ships. With its impressive size and classic design, the schooner represented a bygone era of maritime industry, but it was still very much a working ship, carrying various cargoes along the Atlantic seaboard and beyond. On July 28, 1921, the Carol A. Deering departed from the Brazilian port of St. Thomas, bound for Norfolk, Virginia, heavily laden with a cargo of coal. The ship's captain was William Wilkinson, a seasoned mariner with decades of experience navigating these waters. The crew numbered at least 11 men, all skilled seamen accustomed to the demands of sea life. As the ship made its journey northward, everything seemed routine, or so it appeared. But when the vessel was spotted off Cape Hatteras in early January 1922, the scene was anything but ordinary. The Carol A. Deering was found grounded on Diamond Shoals, that notoriously treacherous stretch of shifting sandbars and hidden currents, often known as the graveyard of the Atlantic. Authorities dispatched a rescue team, but what they discovered was a chilling enigma. The ship was completely abandoned. No one was aboard, not the captain, not the crew, just the empty vessel, sails flapping loosely in the wind. Navigational equipment intact, yet displaying no signs of recent activity. The lifeboats were gone, the ship's log was missing, leaving no direct clues to the fate of those who should have been on board. The story only deepened from there. The last known communications from the Carol A. Deering had been relatively normal, with no distress signals or indication of trouble. The ship appeared to have sailed aimlessly for some distance, but all signs of her crew's whereabouts disappeared without a trace. Some speculated piracy, others suggested mutiny, or even more sinister possibilities, such as supernatural intervention or involvement in rum running during the Prohibition era, a plausible theory given the timing and the ship's history. Yet no definitive evidence was found to support any of these hypotheses. Investigations led by the Coast Guard and even the US Navy scoured the surrounding seas and coastal communities. Inquiries extended to interviews with coastal fishermen, mariners, and even alleged witnesses who reported strange lights and unexplained noises near the shoals at the time, yet no concrete answers emerged. Adding to the mystery, other vessels active in the same waters that winter reported strange encounters. Some sailors spoke of seeing ghostly apparitions on the horizon, ships appearing and disappearing in thick fog, and eerie calls from the depths that seemed to echo through the night. These occurrences fed a growing narrative that the Carol A. Deering's disappearance was linked to some unearthly force guarding the shoals, claiming sailors who dared come too close. One theory posits that the ship may have run aground accidentally after the crew abandoned her in panic. But if so, why leave behind essential items like personal possessions and food? Why desert the ship in the dead of winter, in one of the most dangerous parts of the ocean, without any form of communication or warning? Another haunting detail was the presence of personal belongings scattered about the vessel: clothing, smoking pipes, even unopened mail, suggesting that the crew had expected to return momentarily or had been taken abruptly from the ship. Over the decades, stories circulated in coastal towns along North Carolina, from Hatteras to Ocracoke, where locals told tales passed down through generations. Some claimed the schooner was cursed by the restless spirits of sailors who had perished in those waters before, doomed to abandon their vessels and wander the seas forever. Others maintained that the heavy fogs and shifting sands summoned unknown forces eager to claim the living. The Carol A. Deering became both a ghost story and a symbol of the unpredictability and cruelty of the sea. In truth, the disappearance remains unsolved. The ship was eventually towed off the shoals and sold, changing hands numerous times before disappearing from official records entirely. The whereabouts of Captain Wilkinson and his crew remain a riddle lost to the tides. Even today, when night falls over the Outer Banks and the waves crash rhythmically against Diamond Shoals, some claim to hear the faint creaking of the Carroll A. Deering's masts and the lonely whistle of an unseen ghost ship anchored eternally between the worlds of the living and the depths below. The Carroll A. Deering serves as a haunting reminder of the ocean's mysteries, how it holds secrets far beyond human comprehension, and how even the most experienced sailors and sturdy ships can vanish without a trace, swallowed by the sea and the stories it refuses to tell. Part 40. The Haunting of the SS Bechimo. Far out in the frozen expanse of the Arctic Ocean, where the wind cuts sharper than any blade and the horizon blurs into a haze of ice and endless sky, there lies a story that has confounded seafarers and historians alike for nearly a century. It is the tale of the SS Bechimo, a ghost ship that refused to rest beneath the waves and has whispered its mystery across the iceberg-strewn waters of the far north, baffling all who have crossed its spectral path. The SS Bechimo was not a grand ocean liner or a famed warship. Rather, it was an unassuming cargo vessel built in 1914 in Sweden, designed for the steady and rugged task of navigating the icy coastal waters of Alaska and the Canadian Arctic. Its hull was reinforced to withstand the punishing collisions with sea ice, and over the years it carried furs, supplies, and goods essential to the remote outposts dotting the northern frontier. Yet, it was neither its cargo nor its voyages that would set the Bechimo apart from the countless ships that sailed murky waters. No, it was the eerie fate that awaited it in October of 1931. That autumn, the Bechimo was en route from Nome, Alaska, heading toward Vancouver with its holds full of furs, valuable cargo in those days. But as the cold tightened its grip, ice began to close in tighter around the vessel. The Bechimo became trapped in a thick pack of sea ice, immobilized and at the mercy of the elements. The crew waited anxiously, hoping the thaw would free the ship in time, but the Arctic was unforgiving. Days passed, and the ice pressed harder against the ship's steel frame. Concerned for their safety, the captain ordered the crew to abandon ship, ferrying men and essentials back to the safety of Nome. However, in a strange twist of fate, when a small party returned weeks later with the intent to rescue the Bechimo, the ship was nowhere to be found. The ice had freed it, or so it seemed. What followed were decades of sightings, reports and records of encounters with the Bechimo drifting adrift in the Arctic waters long after it had been left behind and declared lost. Far from sinking beneath the ice or vanishing into forgotten depths, the Bechimo became a phantom of the northern seas. Whalers, hunters and explorers told stories of a drifting ship, eerily intact, sailing without crew through fog and snowstorms. Some saw its broken sails, others reported hearing faint cries or the creaking groans of its hull echoing eerily against the Arctic silence. Each time the Bechimo was spotted, attempts were made to reclaim it, but the icy Arctic kept it just out of grasp. In the years to come, these expeditions found only scattered debris or mere glimpses before the ship slipped away, an elusive beacon drifting on the edge of reality and myth. One particularly chilling incident occurred in the winter of 1969 when a team of researchers spotted the Bechimo trapped in the ice near Barrow, Alaska. They approached cautiously, stunned by how pristine the ship appeared, untouched by the winter storms that had battered the region for decades. Yet, when they tried to board it, a strange stillness pervaded the air. The eerie silence spoke volumes. No warmth, no sign of life. Crew quarters were locked and undisturbed, meals seemingly left uneaten upon the tables. It was as though the crew had vanished into thin air. The ship's clocks were frozen at the exact moment it had been abandoned decades earlier. Shortly after their attempt to inspect, fierce winds and an Arctic storm forced the researchers to retreat, and when they returned days later, the Bechimo was gone, vanished again into the impenetrable ice floes. So, how did the Bechimo manage this ghostly persistence? Theories abound. Some suggest the ship was carried on an undercurrent, silently sailing the icy waters, a victim of the region's strange and shifting ice flows. Others believed that the ship had become ensnared in some unnatural force, kept out of time by an Arctic curse or a restless spirit unwilling to relinquish its hold on the world of the living. A more pragmatic theory speculated that opportunist locals or sea scavengers repeatedly repaired the ship when found, only to lose it again to the merciless Arctic. But this does little to explain the near-miraculous preservation of the vessel's integrity. The Beichimo is more than just a story of a lost ship. It is a reflection of the Arctic itself, a place of mystery, endurance, and the haunting echo of human struggle against nature's most inhospitable extremes. As each new generation of adventurers seeks to solve the puzzle, the Beichimo remains a silent sentinel, drifting beyond time and explanation, a ghostly relic caught forever between ice and ocean. Even now, as satellite imagery and modern tracking technologies map the seas with precision, reports occasionally emerge, faint radar blips or distant shapes on the horizon that resemble an old freighter's haunting silhouette. The SS Beichimo's final resting place may still lie somewhere beneath the ice, or perhaps, like a spectre, she still glides silently through the Arctic waves, carrying with her the secrets of a strange, persistent mystery that no one has truly solved. As the cold Arctic night whispers around empty decks and frozen corridors, the SS Beichimo's tale lingers, inviting those willing to listen into the deep, dark silence where the ocean's cold breath preserves its haunted stories forever.